And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Swisher Field in Aberdeen. It's the kickoff of the 2022, the second season for Mount Marty Lancer football. Along with Tehl, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. Bright, sunshiny day here in Aberdeen. Temperature about 75 degrees. Ironically, not much wind, which was unusual for Aberdeen. But hey, we still got a long way to go before this game is over concerning the wind here at Swisher Field. Always a factor when you come to play up here, but it is the second season of Lancer football. And a bunch of firsts. The first night game for Mount Marty. We got sunshine now. That'll fade away when the lights come on here later on in the game. It's the first non-conference game for the Lancers ever. And the first game, Tehl, of the Catholic Cup. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the first game of the Catholic Cup. It's pretty cool. The Catholic Cup was started simply because these are the only two NAIA Catholic schools here in South Dakota. And so they decided to do something pretty special. The game itself, the Catholic Cup, they're going to be a yearly tradition game. They'll play every year, home and home. They'll go to Yankton next year, and they'll play for a traveling trophy called the Chalice of the Dakotas. A whole lot of history with that. I'm pretty excited for it, Steve.
Yeah, first year for it this year, as these two schools have never faced each other. Last year, Mount Marty, they played all their games in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. This is the first time they're going to step out and face a school, in this case, from the North Star Athletic Conference. Something that both teams had in common, and that was winless seasons. Presentation last year, 0-11. The Lancers went 0-10. The last time the Saints won a game was back in 2019, so they're looking to get off the schneid, and the Lancers are looking for their first program win ever. Well, there are no more ties in college football. Something's got to give tonight.
Absolutely. Something's going to give tonight. Either presentation's going to get their first win in 3 seasons, or the Lancers are going to get their first win ever. Either way, it's going to be really exciting to see what happens. Two teams that have really struggled over the last year, and one of them is going to get the really, really much-needed win.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We got a lot lined up for you. One of the things we don't have is the GPAC report, because not all the GPAC schools are in action. Absolutely. So we will not hear from the Commissioner, Corey Westra, this week. However, going forward for the rest of the season, of course, he will be here with the GPAC report. There's only a couple other schools in action tonight. Dakota State, Dakota Wesleyan are playing, and then Jamestown is playing, I believe, Valley City State tonight. So those are the other non-conference games. The rest of the GPAC not in action when it comes to football. So no GPAC report for this week. It will be going forward. Of course, Mount Marty has a bye next week, and so their next action will be at Hastings on the 10th. So they get the bye early. They get this game, then they get about a week and a half or so to prep for their next game. And we'll be talking about this game, the Catholic Cup, and more. We've got some interviews lined up for you here in the pregame show.
Yeah, we do. It's really exciting. Obviously, we don't get the commissioner of the GPAC this week with Corey Westra being out, as you said, Steve. This week, we've got the athletic director from Mount Marty University, Andy Bernardo. I was able to speak with him on Monday for the Lancer Locker. That interview will come up next.
And we've got more after that, including a player profile. We'll hear from both head coaches as the Dakota Beverage pregame show rolls on. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout right now, come back and have that interview with the athletic director, Andy Bernardo. Coming back in 2 minutes, along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football, the kickoff of the 2022 season. More coming up after this 2-minute timeout right here on KYNT. And welcome back to Swisher Field here in Aberdeen. We're getting you ready for the kickoff of the 2022 football season, the second year ever for Lancer football, right here on KYNT. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show, along with Tehl Tanner. I am Steve Thum. We are less than 40 minutes away from the kickoff of this game. This is actually going to be one of the first games in the country kicking off here on a Thursday night. There are a number of other games across the country. A couple of others locally. We got Dakota State, Dakota Wesleyan. They're playing their game tonight. They kick off at 7. Jamestown and Valley City State, they kick off at 7. So we actually get a little early start compared to the other teams around the region and around the country tonight, as Mount Marty on the road to play the Saints of Presentation College. Both teams winless last year. In the football poll preseason, of course, Morningside, the defending national champions, they were picked as the preseason favorite.
No surprise why.
No surprise why, as they got 10 first-place votes. Northwestern, number 2. They did get a first-place vote, and that's because you can't vote for your own school. I think we kind of know where that one went, but Northwestern's going to be tough, no doubt about it. They are ranked number 3 in the preseason. Morningside at number 1 nationwide. Dort finished 3rd in the preseason coaches poll. They are ranked number 21 nationally. Then it's Concordia, Midland, Doane, Dakota Wesleyan, Hastings, Jamestown, Briarcliff, and Mount Marty. That is the preseason poll. Let's talk about some of the new players on the team. We heard from Ken Gay II, the young man out of Plain Dealing, Louisiana. He is the sophomore starting quarterback, a transfer from a community college down in Kansas. And when I talked to him the other day, I asked him, who do you think you pattern your game like? Of course, his favorite player is Cam Newton. But Coach Micheletti said, hey, if I had to compare his style of play, would be Justin Fields, formerly of Ohio State, now with the Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Ken Gay, he seems like a very confident man from what we've been able to talk with him about. He certainly has the trust of the locker room, is one of the first things Coach Micheletti told me about this guy. He really won the locker room quick, and a lot of that has to do with the offseason work. You know, that's something you see at this level, is just a ton of off-season work. They were able to do 7-on-7s weekly. They were able to do a whole bunch of stuff together. And one of the things he said when I talked to him that I really loved, he's starting to figure out where those receivers are going to be without even having to look at them. He knows where they are already, which is amazing, getting that figured out.
And you have to have the repetition and practice again and again. There's no shortcut to success in any sport at the collegiate level. Another newcomer we want to keep our eye on, and that is Isaiah Thompson. He'll start at running back tonight. He's a junior from San Diego, California. He's got some size at 206 pounds, 5'11". Kua Nishigaya will be a backup running back. Of course, he led the team in rushing last year with 645 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. A lot of familiar faces when it comes to the wide receivers, and I think that could be the strength of this offense for Mount Marty, is the fact they've got Miyazawa, Riken, and Fitzgerald all back, along with Austin Vigans, and they're moving William Rao, who was a fullback last year. Now he's going to be a split wide receiver, and his from what Coach Micheletti said, you know, he can catch the ball, but when you put that big 220-pound sophomore out on the edge, that's an extra blocker that can get downfield.
Yeah, that's definitely the big one for me. Extra blocker downfield. We know the Lancers like to run. They ran it a lot with Rao. If you remember from last season, William Rao is actually the guy who has the first ever touchdown in Lancer history. Got it up in week 2 up at Jamestown. So it's fun. It's fun to see him on the outside now, extra blocker downfield for sure, and he can catch it.
And Trey Hansen will be in a reserve receiver role, the sophomore out of Gilbert, Iowa. He did get hurt last year, but he really showed us something with 19 catches last year. Fitzgerald had 37, Miyazawa 42 catches, 10 of them for touchdowns. He made all conference. And of course, the money man, Rex Riken, leading the way with 44 catches, 13.8 average, only 1 touchdown. But how many of those catches for Riken happened on third down that kept drives alive? A lot of them.
And in double teams. You know, It was one of the things that happened with Rex early in the season. The first 3 games, he was very easily the Lancers' best player on the field. He was doing amazing things through those first 3 games. And that is when teams started kind of noticing, oh, that's their guy. That's the dude. And they started double teaming him almost every play.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
he was
it's
still
amazing.
able to produce. He was still able to produce. That just talks about this guy. The wide receivers on this team, truly the deepest part of this team, and it shows on the field.
Flipping it over to the defensive side, some new faces there, some returning faces. And one of the returning players. Brody Peterson, of course, he got hurt last year, but he was injured in the second game. He had 10 tackles, but they managed to save a year of eligibility for him.
Yeah, that's key. They were able to save a year of eligibility for Brody. It was really tough to see what happened to him last year. I believe it was game number 2. He went down with an injury. The only fortunate side of it is that it happened early enough in the season, as you said, redshirt season. So you actually get a freshman out on there on the roster as freshman, but he has a full year of experience, mental reps. He had a full game of playing, and then game 2 obviously went down. That's a bit more experience in that linebacker core, a very, very strong linebacker core for the Lancers.
Yep, Drew Pendleton back. He had 67 tackles. Cameron Middleton back, 30 tackles and a couple of sacks. And in a reserve role will be Brandon Dannenbring, the young man out of Sioux Falls who had 52 tackles last year. This is a bit of a homecoming for Avery Rice. He starts at a safety position. Of course, the young man out of Harrisburg, he transferred from Presentation to Mount Marty. So this, you know, he
game?
had, I
Revenge
think
game, question mark?
I don't question mark. You don't know. I don't know Avery, the senior there, but he had 31 tackles, 2 interceptions, and you had to figure he's got this game circled on his calendar.
Yeah, Avery Rice is one of those guys that was really good, and especially in certain spots last year. He played both corner and safety. If you remember Dylan Capps, their free safety throughout last season, second team all GPAC ended up. He's actually not going to be on the field today. Avery Rice kind of filling that safety role from his spot of corner from last year, but he played safety. He played corner everywhere. He can be anywhere in the secondary. Guy has a lot of skill, very good instincts on the ball.
This Lancer defense last year registered just 13 sacks in 10 games, had 9 interceptions overall. Jaron Mortensen, one of their top tacklers, in fact, I think he is the top tackler back at 72, had 1 pick off, the senior out of Duchesne, Utah. He will be key in that secondary. As we roll on here with the Dakota Beverage pregame show, a gorgeous day, not too hot, temperature about 75, and again, we're just waiting for that wind to kick up, so famous here at Swisher Field. But right now, winds are pretty calm, and I've called plenty of games up here, football and soccer, over the years, and I know this can be a bit of a wind, as it's hardly negligible at all, 10 miles an hour. Yeah. That's almost like no wind.
Yeah, 10 miles an hour in South Dakota is Swisher Stadium. That's basically no wind. 10 miles out of the north, but obviously it could come up as we get a little farther. We'll keep you updated on that. But for the moment, forecast says it's going to be a really nice night for football. Yeah, when we talked with Coach Micheletti, he said, sometimes, at very windy stadiums, sometimes when it comes to the coin toss, you're not going to decide the ball. You want to decide, hey, we want the wind at our back in the fourth quarter. And this is one of those fields where that can be key. However, that may not be the situation tonight. Who knows? Yeah, it could be interesting. But once again, if it does come up, Lancers are prepared. You remember the starting quarterback, he may be out of Louisiana, but he transferred from Kansas. Coach Micheletti from Kansas Wesleyan, as is most of his staff. Kansas is windy. Yes. They know wind, and we even saw it last season in the Dort game where it was just 40-mile-an-hour gusts. You'd see a punt go in the air and go backwards. It was so crazy. Yeah. So this team knows wind. Even if it does come up, they'll be ready. The Lancers last year, their offense scored 13 points per game. The Saints, on the other hand, scored 15 points per game, and they went 0-11. They lost their last game of the year to Dakota State on a last-second field goal, 16-14. Of course, the Lancers had a couple of games against Briar Cliff and Hastings that could have been wins, but slipped away in the fourth quarter. So both teams got close at times last year, but found just ways where the other team got the W, and both teams looking to turn that around in this game this year. Absolutely. It's one of those things. The Lancers had a lot of moments where they could have squeaked out with a win, as you said. And a lot of that goes to being the first year of the program. A lot of freshmen on the roster last year. They returning all of those freshmen. They now have that experience. The penalty yardage was a problem for the Lancers. Yep. Turnovers were a problem for the Lancers. Now year 2 for a lot of these players. When they were going against fifth-year seniors last year due to the COVID year, that should be a little more cleaned up today. We're going to take a timeout, come back. We'll hear from the Saints head coach, that's Steve Hyman, back after this 2-minute timeout. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Lancer football and the 2022 season. Back with a couple of minutes as we roll on right here on KYNT.
And welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff, the season opener. Mount Marty on the road taking on the Saints of Presentation College. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and it's time now for the starting lineups brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, who's starting tonight?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start it off with the Mount Marty Lancers. Started off on that offensive line because that really is where the most change has been to this Lancer lineup from last season. Started off at the left tackle, a 6'8", 395-pound sophomore out of Van Vleck, Texas, Patrick Perkins, number 79. Go to the left guard, Anil Pastrana out of Fort Worth, Texas, 6'1", 296-pound sophomore. The center, Kiko Nunez, moving in from right guard this year, 6 foot, 333-pound junior out of Dickinson, Texas, one of their captains. These number 68 starting Xavier Gable at right guard, a 6'1", 276 sophomore out of Montgomery, Texas. Pablo Medina, the normally starting right guard for the Lancers, out today, so have a backup filling in there. Right tackle, Jonas Kelp out of Hamburg, Germany, 6'7", 349 junior at right tackle. Go to the receivers. You're going to hear a lot of familiar names. All of the exact same guys from last year had a full offseason work with the new quarterback. Go to wide receiver, 5'11", 226 sophomore Austin Vigans out of Brandon, South Dakota. 5'11", 176 junior Jonah Miyazawa out of Honolulu, Hawaii. 10 touchdowns last year for Miyazawa. Trevor Fitzgerald, 6'1", 201-pound sophomore. Yankton kid right there out of Yankton, South Dakota. And the other Yankton kid on the starting lineup, Rex Reichen, a 6'3", 240-pound junior out of Yankton. He's their starting tight end. The running back, Isaiah Thomas out of San Diego, California, a 5'11", 206-pound junior. And the starting quarterback, Ken Gay II, a 6'2", 215-pound sophomore. That's it for the Lancer offense. Let's go ahead and go to the defense now for the Lancers. Starting left end, Tavita Tomosi out of Brentwood, California. 6'1", 236-pound senior for him. The nose tackle, Dalen Norman out of Gainesville, Florida, 6'2", 273-pound sophomore. The right end, Brandon Kraft out of Hellendale, Iowa, a new face, 6'5", 244-pound sophomore. Go to the linebacker core, Cameron Middleton, a 6'1", 226-pound sophomore on the left end. Middle linebacker, Josh Pickthorn out of Brandon, South Dakota native there, 5'10", 197-pound freshman. Drew Pendleton for the Lancers, Los Angeles, California, a senior this season, 5'11", 214 he measures. Outside linebacker on the right side, Brody Peterson, another Yankton native, 5'10", 204 pounds. He's technically a freshman after that redshirt medical year from last season. The Lancer secondary, Marcus Genofin, 6'2", 188-pound corner out of Crosby, Texas, one of the fastest guys in the GPAC, a track athlete in the spring. The other corner, Justin Chop, Yankton native, 5'11", 188-pound senior. The other two, the safeties, Avery Rice out of Harrisburg, South Dakota. Revenge game for him, transferred in from Presentation, 5'11", 171-pound senior. Jaron Mortensen, the strong safety out of Duchesne, Utah, 6'1", 190-pound senior. That's the starting lineup for the Lancers, Steve.
And the Lancers last year on offense, about 90 yards a game on the ground, 202 through the air, 291 total offense per game. And that's what the Lancers did on offense. Now let's meet the Saints.
Let's go to the Saints, do the exact same pattern on offense. First, Will Rollins at left tackle, 6'2", 285-pound senior out of Lakewood, Colorado. Left guard, Nicholas Delgado, a 6 foot, 275-pound senior out of Fallon, Nevada. A center, Parker Beestrom out of Littleton, Colorado, 6'9", 270-pound senior. Right guard, Bill Mayfield out of Oakland, California, a 6'1", 250-pound junior. Right tackle, Austin Schnurr out of Broomfield, Colorado, a 6'3", 250-pound junior. The wide receiver core started off with Kevin Wright out of Wellington, Florida, 5'10", 195-pound senior. Wide receiver Cameron Shepard out of El Mirage, Arizona, a 6'2", 195-pound junior. Pharaoh Tapia, 5'9", 181-pound sophomore out of Galt, California, starting at wide receiver as well. The tight end, Alden Roddy, a 6 foot, 215-pound sophomore out of Anchorage, Alaska, way up north, coming down to play for Presentation. The running back today starting will be Daryl Costin out of Florida, number 25. He's a freshman. Their starting running back out today, Steve.
Yeah, Jalen Jefferson was scheduled to start, but he's got an ankle problem. So the sophomore out of Los Angeles, he's in street clothes, will not play.
Will not play. That's going to be big for the presentation. We'll talk about that in a moment. Let's keep rolling with the starting lineups. Quarterback, Caden Frazier out of Clarksdale, Washington. He's a 6'2", 215-pound freshman starting for the Saints.
And on the defensive side of the ball, who we got?
Let's go to the defense. Started off with the big boys up front. Benjamin Fossey out of Barrow, Arkansas.
Alaska.
Oh, that's my bad. 5'11", 230-pound senior, another man from up north. Nose tackle, Michael Hawkins out of Fresno, California. 6 foot, 275-pound senior. The right end, Samuel Motzkas out of Littleton, Colorado. 6'1", 200-pound senior. The linebackers, Will Campbell out of Spokane, Washington. A 6 foot, 190-pound sophomore. Middle linebacker, Braxton Bates out of Taylorsville, Utah. 6 foot, 230-pound sophomore. Another middle linebacker, Weston Holdren out of Grand Junction, Colorado, a 5'10", 215-pound senior. And another outside linebacker, Trina Davis Reed out of Spokane Valley, Washington, 5'11", 215 sophomore. Go to the secondaries, the two corner positions. Tegan Sevier out of Twin Falls, Idaho, a 5'10", 160-pound freshman. The other corner, Jermaine Brown out of Cary, North Carolina, 6 foot, 150-pound senior. The two safeties, Jonah Evans out of Eagan, Minnesota, 6 foot, 165-pound junior. And the strong safety, Anthony Lawson, Lakewood, Colorado, 5'9", 180-pound senior.
The Saints last year on offense averaged 117 yards per game on the ground, 162 through the air, 279 yards. Both teams did not win a game last year. They're looking to start this season with a W. Somebody's got to win this one. That starting lineups brought to you by Slumberland. We'll take a timeout, come back and hear from Coach Micheletti after this 2-minute timeout. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. It rolls on right after this timeout on KYNT. And we're back here at Swisher Field along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. They've just had the coin toss. Mount Marty won the toss. They will defer to the second half. So it will be the Saints offense taking the field first as we wrap up the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're just a couple of minutes away from kickoff. Tehl, final thoughts before we get this game underway.
Well, final thoughts are from that coin toss right there. Coach Micheletti electing to defer after winning the toss. He is a defensive-minded coach. He was the defensive coordinator previously down at Kansas Wesleyan University before taking this head coaching job at Mount Marty. He's putting his trust in his defense to start off this season on the field against the Saints. They've got a freshman quarterback out there, the Saints. And Coach Micheletti's betting on them beating Caden Frazier and getting his offense the ball. Now, what is going to be interesting to me this season as we really get rolling, for me, the biggest thing for the Lancers has to be the quarterback play. It was a dual-headed quarterback last season, two guys that really just couldn't beat the other guy out, so they had two different starters kind of flip-flopping throughout the season. This year, stability. They named a starter well before week one. Lots of time to work with the receivers, and that could pay off big for the Lancers, Steve.
The Saints will wear their home black uniforms, the green numbers and letters trimmed in gold with the green helmets. And for Mount Marty, the white road uniforms, the gold pants, the navy blue numbers, and the gold helmets. The first half being brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where their focus is always on you. We've been waiting for months. Kickoff of the football season. Fall athletics already underway across the NAAI, the GPAC, and Mount Marty. Now, football getting underway. The first ever non-conference game between Mount Marty and the Saints of Presentation College. It will be the Lancers kicking off from left to right on your radio dial. And it looks like Marcus White getting set to kick off. Or no, I'm sorry, that's Trevor Fitzgerald. Trevor Fitzgerald will be doing the kickoff duties tonight, and he approaches the ball, and we are underway. And it will head into the end zone, and it is a touchback as Cameron Shepard, the return man, let it go over his head. So the Saints get the ball at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10.
Well, one of the questions we actually had, Steve, was the kicking for the Lancers. Missing their kicker from last year, Jonathan Cardoza-Chicas. Trevor Fitzgerald, the wide receiver, coming in to do the kicking duties on kickoff, and he put that through the end zone, showing the leg right there.
Yeah, we expect Davin Quayle, one of the newcomers, to do a lot of the kicking duties here today, but in that case, it was Fitzgerald. It will be the pistol formation with Frazier ready for the snap. Play action, drops back, has time, looks over the middle. Now he scrambles to his right, throws out of bounds and incomplete. Threw it away. Good coverage downfield by the Lancers.
Yeah, it was Tavita Tomasi who was breathing down his neck, beat his defender off that left end. Nice little swim move right off the snap, was just after Frazier. He was on the run, just had to get rid of it.
Yep, threw it away. He was outside the tackle box, threw it. There was no receiver there, but that's not intentional grounding. 2nd down and 10. The Saints moving from right to left on your radio dial, just underway. First possession of the game. Saints will send a man in motion from left to right across the formation. Handoff. Costin angles to his left. Got a block across the 30 to the 36-yard line. Good run there. Good blocking downfield.
That was Avery Rice coming up to make that tackle from the free safety position. Able to get a first down out of that run, as you said. Lancer secondary had to make the tackle.
Yep, all the way out to the 37-yard line. Call it a gain of 12. First down, Saints. So they face a 4-man front from the Lancers. Shotgun set. Costin again up the middle, hit right away, got a yard, and that's all. Straight up the middle.
That was Cameron Middleton, first man there. Outside linebacker, had 30 tackles and 2 sacks last season. That's a 226-pound sophomore screaming off the edge for that first hit.
Yep, that running play just went nowhere in a hurry. 14-25 and counting, first quarter, no score. Saints with the ball, first possession of the game, facing a 4-man front from Mount Marty. They'll send 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. Frazier rolls out, throws on the run, downfield, got a man, and it is going to be incomplete. Juggling out of bounds at the 47-yard line was the wide receiver for the Saints. He had it in his hands but dropped it. And I think that was Kevin Wright who just couldn't hang on to it, the senior out of Wellington, Florida. He was open, would have been a first down, but couldn't hang on. 3rd and 9 for the Saints coming up from their own 38-yard line. Pistol formation, 4 wide receivers, 2 to each side. Frazier claps his hands, wants the ball, drops back, got a man to block. Here comes the blitz. He's rolling out, being chased. He's going to try to run out of bounds, and he's tackled behind the line of scrimmage. What a great play by the defense. Drew Pendleton chases him down.
That was great coverage by the Lancers. They dropped 7 on there. They had 3 deep safeties overlooking just the middle of the field. Their corners playing the outside, a nice zone. They only rushed 4 and had 2 people pressuring the quarterback. 4 on 5, Lancers had 2 people in that backfield trying to get the quarterback there.
And Pendleton was the guy chasing him down. And Frazier, to his credit, tried to run out of bounds. He lost a couple of yards on the play, but he didn't try to force a ball downfield. Nobody was open. To punt, Luis Ferreira stands at his own 20-yard line, takes the snap. Here comes some pressure. He gets it away. A good punt. It'll bounce at the 35-yard line, roll to the 30, and the return man for Mount Marty, that's Jonah Miyazawa, just lets it roll out of bounds wisely at the 29-yard line.
Yeah, Jonah did a good job there.
Yeah, that was a difficult one to handle, as that punt was angling away from him, bounced in front of him, took a funny hop, and he just let it go. And it's 1st down and 10. First offensive possession of the season for the Lancers. We have 13:21 left to go here in quarter number 1. No score. And now let's see the new look Lancer offense being run by Ken Gay II, the sophomore out of Plain Dealing, Louisiana.
Tyree Morrison at the running back position to start this off.
So a little switch up there as Morrison gets the start with 2 wide receivers. Now here comes a man in motion from left to right, and it's a handoff. Morrison will get clogged up and go for maybe a yard.
Tyree Morrison is a running back out of Hillside, California. Thick guy. He was in the weight room over the summer getting a lot of work in. You can see it on the film.
Morrison only got a yard there. As the young man getting the start. Junior out of Hillsdale, California. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Gay looking over to the sideline, has receivers either side, 1 wing back in the backfield. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Handoff. Morrison is going to get hit in the backfield, and he's going to be thrown for a loss back at the 25-yard line. Good play by the Saints defensively. That was Will Campbell who made that play.
This isn't super surprising from the Lancers coming out running on their first 2 plays. The Lancers love to run the ball. That's what they did all last year. Run it on 1st and 2nd. They'll throw on 3rd. Now that they've lost some yardage, likely could see some screaming rushers off the edge for presentation. A real chance for them.
Miyazawa and Vegans will split out to the right. Reichen and Fitzgerald out to the left. Shotgun set on 3rd down and about a dozen. Here come the Saints. They show blitz. Gay steps up in the pocket, eludes 1 man across the 35. Somebody lost a helmet, and Gay is down a yard shy of the 1st down marker at the 38-yard line. 4th and 1 coming up.
Now, here's decision time for Coach Micheletti. Micheletti is one of the guys in the GPAC who goes for it most often, and the offense looks like they may be staying on the field for 4th and 1.
4th and 1, and the offense, they'll stay on the field as Gay looks to the sideline. The sophomore wants to play. Play clock still has plenty of time at 25 seconds, and it looks like the Lancers, maybe they'll try to draw them offside with the hard count. Maybe they'll go for it. They'll bunch 3 wide receivers to the left, empty backfield. Now they'll switch around. Morrison in the pistol formation, takes the handoff ahead of steam. 1st down as he gets across the 40 to the 43-yard line. Hard charging there, Tyree Morrison.
Coach Micheletti has a revamped O-line, really showing the faith in them on that 4th and 1.
And quickly they come to the line of scrimmage, and it's a rollout. Gay throws, it's tipped, and somehow was it caught? Yes, it was by Reichen at the 49-yard line. Now the officials are going to confer It looked like it might have short hopped. That's what the Saints coaches are saying, but one of the officials signaled catch.
One signal catch, the other one looked a little unsure. Riken was stretched out, full body laying out, right hand over, trying to bring it in with one. We'll see if they give it to him.
Looks like they are. Nobody's moving back as the clock stops with 10:44 left to go here.
Now they move back.
Nope, they're going to call it an incomplete pass. Oh, no. It's going to be a penalty. Penalty, it looks like might have been offsides against the Saints, so it'll be 1st and 5 coming up.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't matter because it was a 5-yard catch anyway.
Yeah, free play there for Mount Marty, and they'll take the penalty yardage. 1st and 5 coming up. Clock will start up again here momentarily. Now it does. 10:42 and counting. First quarter, no score between Mount Marty and Presentation.
It's the first penalty of 2022, Steve.
And here's a handoff to Morrison. And we got penalty flags, and this play is blown dead. It will be procedure against the Lancers. So there's our second penalty.
Yeah, that's penalty number 2. The Lancers last season, the first game, they gave up more than 100 yards in penalty yardage back in their first game ever, I should say, against Dakota Wesleyan. Obviously looking to clean that up today, but back-to-back penalties won by each team. We've moved a lot, but it is 1st and 10 for the Lancers.
Yep, at their own 43-yard line here on a warm evening in Aberdeen, Swisher Field. Strangely, not a whole lot of wind, but we still got a long way to go in this evening. As it'll be the pistol formation, play action. Gay stands tall in the pocket, throws a big ball down the middle of the field. He's got a man. Miyazawa catches it at the 10, tackled at the 6-yard line. An over-the-shoulder catch by Jonah Miyazawa.
Jonah Miyazawa is one of the captains of this game for a reason. Guy had 10 touchdowns last season, 561 yards receiving on 42 receptions. This is an end zone machine. Took the top off the defense on that play.
And how perfectly was that ball thrown by Gay. Here's a run by Morrison up the middle, dancing his way through traffic. Gets to the 3-yard line. Nice little patient run there by Morrison.
Well, that's a question I wanted answered, and we got an answer on the first drive. Ken Gay, accurate on that deep ball.
That was beautifully thrown. And then the Lancers are in the red zone. 2nd down and goal now. Fitzgerald comes in motion. Handoff, Morrison up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty with 9:09 left in the first quarter.
Well, how are you going to start the season? Started off on touchdown on drive number 1 of 2022 and doing it by converting a 4th down and then a big play over the top to one of your better wide receivers. That was a great drive from Mount Marty. They did exactly what they wanted to do. They ran the ball. They threw it spots when they wanted to, and it worked every single time.
Quayle comes out for the point after kick here, and it will be the backup quarterback, Jace Manker, with the hold. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 6-0 at the moment. Lancers trying to tack on the PAT. Here's the snap on target. Kick on the way, and it does split the uprights. 9:09 left to go. First quarter, Lancers 7, Saints nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. This is Lancer football on KYNT. Well, last year it took until the second game of the season for the Lancers to get it into the end zone. This year, their first possession, they score, as it was Tyree Morrison on a 3-yard run. Absolutely. And the Lancers are up 7-0, 9:09 left to go, first quarter. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. Kickoff of the 2022 campaign of Lancer football, and it's off to a good start.
Good start's an understatement. Lancers, a very, very good drive number 1. Once again, converting a 4th down en route to a touchdown.
Fitzgerald to kick off. And it will be Shepard garnering it at the 8-yard line. He's got a head of steam, leaps over a man, and tumbles through the air to the 35-yard line.
Special teams a big part of the game for any team out there. Lancers put it through the end zone last time. This time it was kicked to about the 10 to 8 yard line there, brought out to the 35. Lancer defense allowed 1 first down on their first drive from presentation. It was on a run over to the left side, brought down in the secondary. Were able to get a couple of pressures on the quarterback, which led to a third down, not converting third down and punting on fourth.
First down and 10 Saints from their own 34-yard line. They're driving right to left on your radio dial. Receivers either side, pistol formation, handoff. That's Costin up the middle, has a hole. It's closed quickly. Nicely done by Mortensen. Still a gain of a couple of yards on the play, maybe 3, depending on the spot. Yankton sponsors here of Mount Marty football include Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC.
Jaron Mortensen, strong safety, making that tackle. He leads the Lancers in tackle last season with 72, his first of 2022 there.
Shotgun set. Here comes the pressure, and the pass thrown away, incomplete. Tried to swing it to his outlet man was Frazier, but pressure was coming. Incomplete. Good rush there by the Lancers as they're getting to the freshman quarterback out of Clarksdale, Washington. That's Caden Frazier. His first collegiate start brings up third down and about 8.
We were in a similar situation, drive number 1. They ran it off their left tackle, the 285-pound Will Rollins. We'll see what they do here.
They're going to pass with 3 receivers to the right. Plenty of time. Frazier, pocket collapsing, penalty flag down, incomplete at the 40-yard line, well short of the mark. And it was Costin, the intended receiver, but I got a feeling this is holding.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it's holding. Thrown right at one of the Mount Marty defenders as they're trying to get around an O-lineman. This is going to probably be declined, so they go to 4th down.
Yep.
And it is.
Yep, holding, decline, 4th down and 8 coming up. One would expect the punting unit to come out for the Saints as the Lancer defense holds, and they have been getting some pressure on Frazier, the quarterback, here in the early going. It will be Miyazawa to drop back deep. Ferreira, the punter, and he'll stand at about his own 22-yard line. Miyazawa drops back to his own 27 on this 4th down and 8 with 8:18 left to go in the first quarter. Low snap. Gets away a good punt. Miyazawa retreats, and he will bounce, let it bounce. It goes over his head and out of bounds at the 25-yard line. That's where the Lancers will set up shop. Lancer football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
I like Miyazawa being the punt returner for the Lancers this season. We see this guy all the time making some incredible cuts at the wide receiver position. He's the one who caught that pass over the top on drive number 1, and I'm still waiting to see him get under one of these punts because I want to see him go back and forth along this field. He can make some moves and get some good yardage. Get him in space. He's dangerous.
2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, pistol formation. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. It's a handoff, and up the middle is Nishigaya, and he'll be tackled after a 1-yard gain. The sophomore out of Hawaii had 645 yards last year, averaged 3.3 a carry, and he's in on the second possession. A little change of pace there. Miyazawa, a sophomore, 5'7", 177.
Yeah, definitely a little undersized for running back, 5'7", 177, but the man is smart. He has some very good vision, and he's extremely quick. His cuts are some of the best on the Lancer team.
2nd down and 9. It's Nishigaya again, penalty flag as he dances around in the backfield, and he's all the way across the 40 to the 42, but I got a feeling this one's coming back.
Yeah, I believe it is. It's sad, too. That was an amazing run from Nishigaya. Did exactly what we just talked about. Made 3 different guys miss with his jukes there, cutting back and forth across the field, making about a 17-yard run if it would have stood. But as you said, this one's coming back.
Yep, holding the call. And that will back up Mount Marty with 7:29 left to go. First quarter, Lancers up 7-0. Lancers didn't have a lead in a whole lot of games last year. as slow starts, something that Coach Micheletti talked about, really hurt them last year. They've gone off to a good start here, but now they find themselves in a little bit of a hole, 1st and 25. They're backed up all the way to the 16-yard line, empty backfield. Here comes some pressure. Gay throws, and it's Reichen catches it high into the air. He goes, tackled at the 31. Took a big hit. Rex Reichen hauls it in
double coverage once again as well. Had an outside linebacker and the free safety both covering the tight end, able to rise up over the top of both of his defenders, reel that one in. Great catch from a veteran player.
Yep, and now it's 3rd down and about 3 as Gay rolls out, throws on the run. Reichen has it at the 40 to the 45, and he's tackled out of bounds. It'll be a 1st down for the Lancers.
The clutch king, Rex Reichen, once again on 2nd and 3rd, getting the Lancers out of that hole they were just in with about 2nd and 19 to start this drive after the holding penalty.
The money man strikes again. Rex Reichen. Here's play action. Gay looking. Throws on the run, and it is caught again by Reichen in front of the Saints bench at the 46-yard line. And a nice throw there. Good patience by Ken Gay, the quarterback, to hang in there and throw that pass to the sideline. Lancer football brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
I tell you what, the last 3 plays have all been catches by Reichen. He's got almost 40 yards with those 3 combined. Somebody's got to slow him down or he's going to eat up the presentation defense.
2nd down, and we'll call it about 2 yards to go. Swing pass, Fitzgerald to the left side, gets a block, has a man down the left sideline, slips away from a man and gets to the 30-yard line. 1st down, Lancers. Little bubble screen there, worked to perfection.
Now, Trevor Fitzgerald had his trouble with injuries last season. He played quarterback in high school, had a full season of wide receiver last year outside of the injuries. He's really looking to make a statement at wide receiver this season.
2 receivers to the right. Gay takes the snap out of the shotgun, pumps it, throws towards the end zone. Got a man open. Reichen. Does he hang on? Yes. Touchdown. Touchdown of 30 yards. Gay to Reichen. And the money man strikes again for Mount Marty.
Oh, it just had to be Rex Reichen there. A 30-yard touchdown pass to bring it in after about 40 yards total. That man himself had almost 70 yards on that drive, 4 catches and a touchdown from the wide receiver, or from the tight end, excuse me. He played wide receiver in high school, transitioned last season. Difficult transition, but man, he's made it look easy.
And he was open on that play. He just had to wait for the pass to come down. Took a pretty good pop once he caught it, but he hung on right in the middle of the field. And now it's 13-0 with 5:22 left. Here comes Quayle for the point after kick. Manker, the holder, snap, down, kick on the way. Low line drive, it hit the upright, and it's no good. So it stays Lancers 13, Saints nothing, 5:22 first quarter. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT. Back here at Swisher Field, 5:22 left, first quarter. Mount Marty, 13. Saints, nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and Lancer Football, brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Lancer Sports, courtesy of Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers and perfect for whatever happens. Get some today. And what a great start. We talked about the fast start. 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns for the Lancers. 1 through the air, 1 on the ground. And here's Quayle to do the kickoff duties. Low line drive, going to be collected at the 10-yard line. To the 30 comes the return man, and slipping past a couple of tacklers and getting out near the 40. And the return man for the Saints, looks like that was Will Campbell. So nice job by that young man to get a good return for the Saints.
Drive number 3 for presentation. They have 1 first down in their first 2 drives. Did not get one on the second drive. Lancers stopped them in a 3 and out. Lancers start this one in a 4-3.
Yep.
2 safeties deep.
Yep, they're putting 4 down linemen, even though they normally go with a 3-4. Quick swing out pass. Nice catch there by a man they've got to get it to, and that's Cameron Shepard, the junior out of El Mirage, Arizona. Quick little strike there. Only got about 3 yards. And Shepard at 6'2" has good height, long arms, and that man is very fast.
Yeah, he's fast. That is for sure.
Yep, he's one of those guys you cannot let him get by you. He'll burn you. He has great speed at 6'2" and 195. 2 receivers to the right, 1 for the left. Pistol formation. Costin up the middle, goes nowhere. Stuffed at the line, no gain. Good play by the Lancer defense.
I think that's why the Lancers are putting up 4 on the front line despite normally playing a 3-4. They want to stop the run early. I think that's the strategy today. They want to make Caden Frazier, a freshman quarterback, throw to beat them. I think that's what the presentation is going to have to do here. They're not getting past that Lancer front 7.
Justin Frazier checking in now on that defensive line. Again, they'll go with 4 down linemen on 3rd down and about 7. 4 wide receivers, 2 to each side. Frazier, straight drop back. Being pressured, has to throw it away, incomplete. Now, is that intentional grounding? The referees are going to confer. There was no receiver in the area, and he was not outside the tackle box. And the penalty flag comes in with 4:13 left here in the first quarter. This will be intentional grounding, and that's a loss of down. And that'll bring up 4th down for the Saints, as the pressure from that 4-man front has been consistent and in the face of Frazier pretty much all throughout this first quarter. Yep, intentional grounding, loss of down. Punting unit comes out for the Saints.
That'll end the drive right there. Cameron Middleton came screaming off that edge. Almost had the sack. It was Frazier throwing it away as he was going to the ground inside of the tackle box, obviously. Ended that drive.
Yep.
Cameron Middleton, a great job there.
The defensive front, which only registered 13 total sacks last year, they have been very active here in the early going. And a punting situation. Ferreira standing at his own 12-yard line. Miyazawa back at his own 35. Here comes the pressure. Oh, they almost got to him. Miyazawa, fair catch at the 41-yard line. And that's where the Lancers will set up offense. 1st and 10. That time, the Lancers on special team brought the pressure, and they almost blocked that punt.
Well, the field position battle has been fairly even so far. Both teams starting deep in their own territory on their first 2 drives. Or first 3 in terms of presentation. This one, the 3rd drive for the Lancers, however, very, very favorable, starting on their own 42 after that punt.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Pistol formation, 4 wide receivers, 2 each side. Here comes Vegans in motion now at a wing back. Handoff. And here comes Thompson with a strong run to the left side across midfield. Into Saints territory. He's pushed out of bounds near the 35-yard line. Isaiah Thompson, the junior out of San Diego, California, ran it to the left side, got some great blocking, and he's all the way into Saints territory. And it looks like, I think the Saints want to call a timeout, and they will with 3:51 left first quarter. Lancers up 13-0. Back in 1 minute. This is Lancer football on KYNT. 3:51 left, first quarter. Saints just spent a timeout on defense as the Lancers are driving up 13-0. 1st and 10. Thompson up the middle has a nice hole. He'll get to the 30.
Isaiah Thompson had about a 24-yard run on that first one, brought the Lancers down to the 34 of presentation after one play. Absolutely amazing. Lancers already in scoring position here. Had a 30-yard touchdown pass on the last drive to Riken. Well, they're 30 yards out now.
Play action. Gay rolls out to his right, and he's going to have to tuck and run, and he'll be tackled for a loss at the 31-yard line. Good defense that time by the Saints. And that was Samuel Motkus getting the tackle. 3rd down and long coming up. 3rd down and about 7 from the 31-yard line of the Saints for the Lancers. They'll split 2 receivers either side. Now they'll empty the backfield. Gay throws to the swing out man. Thompson can't catch it. Incomplete. It was a little short of the mark.
Had a man ready to make that tackle about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage anyway. Would have probably lost a couple yards there.
Well, now you're in no man's land with the ball at the 31-yard line. A little too long for a field goal here. You don't want to punt it away. So they're going to go for it on 4th down and about 7. 2 receivers either side. Thompson stands to the left of his quarterback, Ken Gay the second. They're looking to the sideline. Still got 18 on the play clock. And now play is relayed. 4 down linemen, backfield empties. Here comes the blitz. Gay steps up, throws on the run. Incomplete at the 15-yard line, intended for Riken. Good defense by the Saints.
Anthony Lawson, the strong safety, 5'9", 180-pound senior out of Lakewood, Colorado, breaking that one up, just getting a hand in between of Rex Riken's hands, knocking that ball away. Perfect timing there from a senior. He knew what he was doing.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you. 1st and 10 Saints. They'll have it at their own 31-yard line. We have 2:45 left to go here in the first quarter. Lancers 13, Saints nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here on a Thursday night. First night game ever for Mount Marty football. 4 down linemen. Shotgun set. Handoff to the left side. Here comes Costin. Tackle at the 30. Penalty flag down. And let's hope that's not a face mask, because that was a good defensive play there. You'd hate to see it wiped out. That came in very late. Let's see what the official says. Personal foul, face mask, defense. That'll be a 15-yard walk-off against the Lancers. Move it all the way out to the 44-yard line. 1st down and 10 Saints.
Well, that'll be the 3rd penalty of the day on the Lancers. Had a false start, had a holding penalty, and now a face mask. This one on the defensive side. 2 very big penalties for the Lancers.
And after the Saints held on a 4th down, now you give them 15 yards. This is just what the doctor ordered for the Saints. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. Here comes the blitz. Throw down the sideline. Man open, but incomplete, out of bounds was Shepard. Couldn't catch it, but it wouldn't have mattered as he was out of bounds by the time he got his hands on the ball. Incomplete.
Frazier's having some trouble with this Lancer front 7. They're getting a lot of good pressure on the quarterback. I don't think he's been able to get a pass away where he hasn't had somebody in his face as of yet.
Yep, the pass rush getting to the quarterback, Caden Frazier, and that one was off target, threw it out of bounds. Even if his receivers caught it, he was well out of bounds. 2nd down and 10 from the Saints 44-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Here comes a run to the right and a tackle for the loss on the carry by Abdullahi Youssef, a freshman out of Tucson, Arizona. Tried the right side, lost a yard.
Drew Pendleton also there for the Lancers, the linebacker out of Los Angeles, California. Pendleton, 67 tackles. 3 of those were tackles for loss last season.
3rd down and 11 coming up with 2 minutes left to go here. Quarter number 1, Lancers 13, Saints nothing. Saints trying to convert on a 3rd down and long. They'll have 2 receivers either side, One running back standing to the left of the quarterback, Frazier, from the right hash mark. Drops back. Here comes the pressure. Throws safety valve at Shepard. Well short of the first down marker. Dances by one man. Can't get past the second at the 47. Only a gain of about 4. It'll bring up fourth down and about 6 yards to go. And here comes the punting unit onto the field for the Saints.
Well, Lancers recover after the face mask penalty, able to get them out in the next 3 plays. Still have 6 yards to go to the Saints. I don't know if they're going to go for it here. I wouldn't recommend it. You're not close enough, but they certainly need something to happen. Down already in this game, 13-0, and all of the momentum is on the side of Mount Marty.
But they have a chance to flip the field here with Ferreira, their punter, standing at his own 33-yard line. Snap is high, corrals it, low line drive punt. Miyazawa will let it run by him, and now he picks it up at the 5-yard line, and he'll get to the 10. As that one took an odd bounce, and it was all Miyazawa could do to keep it from maybe dying inside the 5-yard line. It'll be Lancer football, 1st and 10 with 49 seconds left to go in the quarter. Lancer football brought to you in part by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
Well, 90 yards to go for the Lancers as they begin this drive on the 10-yard line. So the penalty did end up having a big impact on field position. The Lancers started their last drive inside of their own 40, now at the 10.
And for the Saints, you got to think 3 and out here. You got to try to force the Lancers to punt from deep in their own end zone. Pistol formation. It's a play action. Gay rolls out to his right. He'll keep it, make one man miss, but he'll gain 5 before he's knocked out of bounds. Good run there on the quarterback keeper.
You got to love the heart from the quarterback staying in bounds on that side. Juke move, got by one more guy, got an extra 3 yards. I do like to see a quarterback avoid the hit on that sideline, though.
Yes.
Gotta love the heart, though.
6'2", 215, has pretty good size and speed, as it'll bring up 2nd down and 5. Clock starts up again. And let's see if the Lancers will run one more play before the quarter expires. They're up 13-0. 2nd and 5. Pistol formation. Receivers either side. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Play action. Gay, tall in the pocket, throws the long ball down the middle of the field. And Miyazawa incomplete just beyond his arms at the 50-yard line.
Well, that's the first time Ken Gay has been off target today, just barely overthrew Miyazawa on the long ball there. A little bit of pressure as he rolled to his right. Had a chance to make that one, though.
8 seconds left to go. Clock stops on the incompletion. It'll bring up 3rd down and about 5 for the Lancers. Lancers football brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 3rd and 5. Shotgun set. Thompson stands to the right of his quarterback now. He'll clear out to the right side. Empty backfield. Here comes the blitz. Gay in trouble. Dances away, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. Intended for Riken at the 38-yard line. So a good stand there by the Saints defense, and the Lancers will have to punt with 1.3 seconds left on the first period clock.
Well, for presentation, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. You got very good field position, pitting the Lancers at their own 10. Force a 3 and out. Lancers have to punt from their own end zone here. Real good shot for presentation as we'll go to the second quarter after this play.
Trevor Fitzgerald to punt. He'll stand at his own goal line. Again, no wind to speak of, which is unusual for Swisher Field. And now the Saints are going to call timeout. So timeout called by the Saints with 1.3 seconds left to go here in the period. We'll just keep it here during the break, as we've got the quarter break coming up here momentarily after this punt. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is the kickoff for the 2022 season. And so far, Tehl, a great first quarter for Mount Marty.
Yeah, it really has been. Taking a look at this play, we're upcoming presentation, I think blew that one out of position just a little bit, simply because one of the things about this punt unit for the Lancers this season, Trevor Fitzgerald, a wide receiver, an all-around athlete. Once again, quarterback in high school, wide receiver now. his position on the field truly is athlete. He can do anything. Having him in that backfield to punt gives the Lancers an incredible opportunity to pretty much fake it any time they have the punt formation out there. Might have been what presentation was fearing there.
And it'll be Anthony Lawson standing at his own 49-yard line. Fitzgerald standing at his goal line to punt it away on 4th and 5. One would think a fake punt not in the works here. Snap on target. High punt, not very far. Fair catch, and Lawson catches it at the 45-yard line. We're done with one period of football. Mount Marty leads presentation 13-0. Back with the second quarter after this 60-second timeout. This is Lancer football right here. Or it should be. The clock didn't start. Now, what's going on with that? That should have started at the...
and I believe they're just going to call it.
Yeah, they're going to call it. So it is a quarter break here. We're a little confused, but we will take a 1-minute timeout and come back with more. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT. Back for the second quarter of action here in Aberdeen at Swisher Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Lancers up 13-0. Saints with the ball, 1st and 10 at the Lancer 45-yard line. Fumbled snap. It's going to be a handoff, and Youssef runs to his left, and he gets pancaked at the 39-yard line. Good gain on first down of nearly 6.
Mortensen hit the hit stick on that one. Big hit on the running back, something the Lancers certainly had a lot last year, and they will have again this year. Dylan Capps out this game with a injury. He was their second-team All-GPAC guy last season, one of the heaviest hitters at the free safety position in all of the NAIA, I'm going to be honest, all of the NAIA. He's out today, but Mortensen with a big hit there.
Second down, we'll call it 5. Ball at the 39-yard line. Actually, 4 yards to go here. 2 backs in the backfield. Play action, throw, caught. First down, or near the first down sticks, is Tyson Nagaya, freshman.
They are going to give him the first down here, there.
4-yard gain for the freshman out of Orem, Utah.
Well, there it is. A very big drive so far for presentation. They had very good field position, and they've got a first down. They're already at the Lancer 35. They're in scoring position here for the first time today.
Yeah, this is their best drive, starting off with good field position. First down and 10 from the Lancer 35-yard line. Rollout. Frazier wants to throw on the run. Pressure. Throws incomplete. Nobody in the area at the 25-yard line. It's where it bounces to the ground. Incomplete.
Lancers had some good pressure on that play. It's been the story of the game so far. The Lancers front 4 has been able to just get pressure on pressure on pressure, really getting off the ball very well.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Avera. Moving health forward, Avera. 13:42 left. Second quarter, Lancers up 13-0. Second 10 coming up for the Saints. Pistol formation, receivers either side, one wing back to the right of the quarterback. And it's a handoff. Costin up the middle, goes nowhere. No gain at all.
No gain. Brandon Dannenbring, the sophomore out of Sioux Falls with that one. That was a guy last year, had a couple of very big games. He had 52 tackles and 2 sacks, 5 of those tackles for loss for the Lancers last year.
Third down and 10 coming up. You might think this could be 4-down territory for the Saints. So they're kind of in that no man's land. at the 35-yard line on this third down. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, 2 backs in the backfield, shotgun set. Frazier claps his hands, play action, throws, and it's tipped, almost intercepted at the 30-yard line by Dannenbring. It was incomplete. That one was almost picked off.
Yeah, that was Dannenbring once again, as you said, almost picked off. He is fast. That is a linebacker that can go east to west, north to south, whatever you need him to do, and he can do it at a very, very quick speed. That's what you saw right there. The passing lane was open for a moment. He closed that gap and got in the lane. Should have had an interception there. That's one he wants back for sure.
Well, here comes Luis Ferreira. He'll try a 52-yard field goal right from the middle of the field. Jonah Evans is the holder, and I think the Lancers want to call timeout, and they will. With 12:59 left to go, we'll step aside for 1 minute. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway at 665-1222. Back in 1 minute on KYNT. And here's the kick. It's on the way from 52, and it's good by Luis Ferreira. He connects, and the Saints are on the board at 13-3. A 52-yard field goal by Luis Ferreira. And with 12:59 left to go, it's 13-3. Lancers on top of the Saints. We'll keep it here as we await the kickoff along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum, and boy, that's a great asset to have if you're a Saints fan.
That was a monster of a kick. That had room over the top of the uprights there. That would have been good from 55, maybe even 60. That was a monster kick right there from the man out of Brazil.
It was a line drive, but it had plenty of leg, and it was a high snap. And credit Jonah Evans, the holder, to go up and bring that down and set that ball for his kicker. That was a difficult snap to handle, and Evans did a great job. He made that play for the Saints in addition to the strong leg of Ferreira. So with 12:59 left to go here in quarter number 2, it's Lancers 13, Saints 3, and it will be Ferreira to kick it off. Dropping back deep. Looks like Fitzgerald and Nishigaya for the Lancers. They are standing at their own 10-yard line. Sun's starting to go down. We still got plenty of daylight here. Lights not on yet here at Swisher Fields. It's coming up on 6:46 p.m. Gorgeous night to kick off the season for college football here in South Dakota. A couple of other games will be kicking off at the top of the hour. As here comes Ferreira with a high end-over-end kick, and it'll go into the end zone for a touchback. Yankton supporters of Mount Marty football include Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference. ExplorersCU.com, where the focus is on people, not profits. We thank all of our sponsors for supporting Mount Marty Athletics here as we start off the 2022-23 sports season. Of course, volleyball got a win.
Yeah, volleyball got a win on Tuesday evening over Presentation, actually, on the road. They were up here in Aberdeen. Volleyball starting off their season strong for the Lancers, a 4-1 win over the Saints.
So the Lancers have the ball for the first time here in the second quarter on offense. They will operate right to left on your radio dial. They are operating on the south end of the field, moving north here, north-south field here in Aberdeen. And here comes Fitzgerald on the jet sweep to the right side. He's bottled up and thrown for a loss. Nice job by the Saints defensively.
That was very well read by Anthony Lawson, the strong safety senior out of Lakewood, Colorado there. He's a man who's made a couple of plays this game, denied Rex Reichen on 4th down 2 drives ago, now reads the jet sweep pretty perfectly, followed Fitzgerald the entire way, was able to force him out of bounds with a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, 1-yard loss. 2nd and 11 coming up, pistol formation. Fitzgerald moves over to the left side, and here comes Morrison on the run. Up the middle, lost the helmet. Somebody lost a helmet. I thought that was the football. Morrison goes down at the 30-yard line, and one of the Saints players lost his helmet, and he'll have to check out for a play. Let's see who that is. That was, I believe, Fossey, Benjamin Fossey, the senior out of Alaska. He has to check out.
That's their big left end. A 230-pound senior has to be out for a play. The man out of Alaska. That's always a scary thing when you see a player lose their helmet on the field, but he jumped right up. He was fine.
Colby Glennon, the freshman, replaces him on that line. 3rd down and about 6 coming up. Gay wants to throw. He dishes off to his running back behind him. That's Morrison. He'll charge across the 30 to the 33-yard line, 2 yards shy of the first down. One would think the punting unit will have to come out here from Mount Marty on this upcoming 4th down and 2.
Well, for most teams, yes. For Mount Marty, it's always a question. They love to go for it on 4th down. This head coach has got a lot of faith in his guys. They've already converted one today. They did not convert a second when they tried. It was over the top to Reichen, knocked out of the hands by Lawson, the strong safety for presentation. I would not be surprised if the Lancers go for it here. They're on their own 34 or their own 33, 2 yards away, but I think they're going to go for it, Steve.
Yep, pistol formation, receivers either side. The Saints showing blitz. Now Gay will look to the right sideline. Miyazawa out to the left. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion. Handoff. Morrison up the middle, has the first down across the 35 to the 37. Keeps the legs churning across the 40. First down, Lancers.
You know, that was a question I had coming into this season. The Lancers went for it on 4th down a lot last year. A lot. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop doing that this year. I wondered if they were going to be a little more conservative. No, it's full go every single time they have the ball.
Gay rolls out on first down to his right, stands tall in the pocket, shrugs off a man, penalty flag down. Now he'll scramble and get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard gain, but I got a feeling this will be holding against the Lancers.
Yeah, looking like it. It was for the Lancers. Costin, I believe, in that backfield, the running back, trying to just hold on to his defender a little bit too long. Holding penalty.
Morrison, I think, was the
Morrison.
Morrison. He checks out. Nishigaya checks in, and that will be a walk-off against the Lancers. So let's see where they'll spot the ball all the way back to the 31-yard line. So that is a loss of 10. First down, 20 coming up for Mount Marty with 10-10 and counting left to go here in the first half. Lancers up by a score of 13-3. Empty backfield. Gay drops back, looks downfield, has to scramble, has an opening. Dodges one man, tackled at the 39, lunges ahead to the 40-yard line. Good gain. Got a lot of the yardage back, gain of 9.
That was a great play recognition there by Gay. As you're getting ready, the pre-snap, it was pretty obvious that the Saints were running a cover 2 zone deep that were their linebackers. Their linebackers were about 10 yards off the ball. As soon as he caught that, he took one look to his left and then took off with the ball. I think he was planning to run there the whole time, knew he'd have space, got 9 yards.
4 wide receivers, 2 either side. Here comes Vegans in motion now at a wing back. Pistol formation. Nishigaya up the middle across the 40. Gets to the 45 and lunges ahead to the 48-yard line. Sets up 3rd down and short.
3rd and short, name of the game. 2 good runs back-to-back. One by the quarterback. Handoff on the second play. 3rd and short. I think they go for it even if they don't get it here.
Well, it looks like they were going to snap the ball quickly. Now they'll set up, look to the sideline for the play. 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Pistol formation. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. Nishigaya up the middle, has the first down into the open. He's into the open at the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Mount Marty, 48 yards. Check that, 52 yards on that run for Kua Nishigaya.
52 yards, Kua Nishigaya showing the wheels on that one and the play recognition, able to make a single cut as he was galloping through that linebacker core, able to get into space, and nobody was catching him once he had a gain.
And for a moment, the referees were conferring, but they're going to keep the touchdown on the board. It's 19-3 with 8:36 left to go. Oh, looks like we got a sideline penalty, I think, maybe after the play. So the touchdown counts. And a little too much excessive celebration on the sideline.
Lancers got a little excited there, but it's difficult not to see why. Kua Nishigaya, a 52-yard touchdown run. That gives the Lancers a 19-3 lead. Once again, Lancers 0-10 last year. They're looking for their first win ever tonight. It's hard not to be excited on that sideline.
Indeed, and it looks like they may be going for two here as the offense will come back out onto the field up 19-3. Lancers going for the 2-point conversion. They'll send Fitzgerald to the right. They'll send Miyazawa out to the left. Gay drops back, throws, got a man wide open. It's Riken in the left side, and the 2-point conversion is good. 8:36 left to go. Second quarter, 21-3. Lancers on top of the Saints. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT. $8:36 left to go. Second quarter. Mount Marty 21. Presentation 3 along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. It's the kickoff of the 2022 football season. In the first night game ever, first non-conference game ever for the Lancers, and the first game of the Catholic Cup Series. And right now, things looking good for the team in white.
Yeah, Lancers converting that 2-point conversion there. They missed a PAT earlier in the game, so they had to get that one back with the 2-pointer. Had Rex Riken wide open, all alone, standing in the end zone. Just a missed assignment by presentation on that 2-point conversion. And
because of that sideline penalty, the Lancers have to kick off from their own 20-yard line. It'll be Fitzgerald to do the honors. It's a bouncer down the middle of the field, handled by one of the up men, one of the linebackers at the midfield stripe, and he'll get to the 45-yard line. On that return for the Saints was the junior linebacker Weston Holdren. He's one of their starters on defense out there on special team. That was kind of a squib kick.
Yeah, it was a bit of a squib kick. Lancers giving the presentation Saints with that penalty and then the kick, 45-yard line of their own 45-yard line. Good field position for the second drive in a row for the Saints. And last time they had this, they were able to get a 52-yard field goal.
1st and 10 for the Saints. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's a bubble screen, and it is caught by Costin, and he'll get inside to the 40 to the 39-yard line as he made a juggling catch. Great play there by Daryl Costin.
Well, judging by the leg of their kicker out of Brazil, Luis Ferreira, they're almost in field position already after one play, or field goal position, I should say.
2 receivers either side. Quick bubble screen caught by Shepard. He makes one man miss at the 30, shoved out, or at the 39, shoved out of bound at the 36-yard line. Short gain on the play. 3rd down, and only about a couple coming up here for the Saints. Coming up on the 7.5-minute mark here of the second quarter, 21-3, Lancers on top.
Lancers stacking the box here, 3rd and short, 7 right up near the line.
2 running backs in the backfield with the shotgun set and a wing back to the left. Frazier claps his hands up the middle, and it's a 1st down. Nice run there by Costin as he'll get to the 31-yard line. Gain of about 7. Move the chains for the Saints.
A little bit of extracurriculars out there.
Yeah, they're pushing and shoving. Here's something to keep in mind for the Saints. They need points on this drive because Mount Marty deferred. So they will get the kickoff to start the third period of play. Saints know they need to get some points on this possession here in quarter number 2. 2 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver each side, 1 running back on each side of a quarterback, Frazier, and he'll hand off, and there goes Youssef around the left side, and he will dive ahead for about a 4-yard gain down to the 27.
Well, they're inside the 30. They kicked the field goal from the 30, so Saints already in scoring position for that field goal leg from the man out of Brazil, Luis Ferreira. Guy's got a leg, and I'm just going to talk about it for the rest of the game because what a kick. Wow. 52-yard field goal.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, but the Saints, they really have to think touchdown here. The field goal, they'll settle for it, but if you're a Saints fan, you know you got to put 6 points on the board on this possession. 2nd down and about 4. Play action. Frazier rolls to his right, pressured, throws on the run, nearly intercepted at the 25-yard line, threw it into a crowd, but it bounced short of everybody. And that was Joshua Pickthorn, the middle linebacker, coming out there to play coverage, and he almost got an interception.
Yeah, Jonathan Fusele also in that area. Had a chance on it, just unable to get there in time, just a bit short for the both of them. But another dangerous pass there from Presentation. No interceptions so far, but a couple have been near for the Lancers.
3rd down and about 6 coming up for the Saints. They operate from the 27-yard line of the Lancers. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 1 running back stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. He'll take the snap. Here comes the pressure. Hit as he throws, incomplete. Great pressure by the Lancers. And we got some extracurricular activity as one of the linemen fell down on one of the defensive backs, but I think that was just an accident. No, nothing else there as the 4th down comes up, and here comes that field goal unit for the Saints.
Pretty excited for this. I want to see this guy kick again. It's Luis Ferreira, once again, out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Man kicked a 52-yarder. This one will be from 50.
Let me see. No, this will be 44. 44 on this attempt. The ball's put down at the 34-yard line.
Excuse me.
Right in the middle of the field. Jonah Evans is the holder. Right-footed kicker. No wind to speak of. Little movement on the line. Here comes the kick. It's got the distance. It's on the way. No good. Wide right. Had the distance, but no good. And so with 5:52 left here in the second quarter, the Lancers maintain that lead at 21-3. And here's a golden opportunity for Mount Marty. For the Saints just missed the field goal. If the Lancers can put some more points on the board right here on this drive and take up a good chunk of time doing it, boy, they'll really put the Saints in a bad predicament.
Yeah, absolutely. Say the score again, 21-3, Lancers leading. Get in the end zone here, make it 28, go up by 3.5 possessions with that field goal. Then you get the ball back to start that second half. That is almost an insurmountable lead.
And the Saints, they need to dig in defensively. 1st and 10 Lancers from their own 27. And here's going to be a handoff, and that's Nishigaya, and he goes nowhere, and he'll lose a yard on the play.
That's what Presentation needed right there. 1-yard loss or 2-yard loss to start off this drive, get the Lancers moving backwards in a very crucial drive for the Saints.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. Mason Schramm supporting Mount Marty Athletics. 2nd down and 11. Shotgun set, 3 receivers to the left. Now 1 moves to a tight end. Nishigaya slips in at a running back. Low snap. Gay under pressure. Sidesteps a man, and he is going to be tackled in the backfield. Sacked for a loss at the 21-yard line. Good play by the Saints defense. They're doing what they have to do.
They really are. 2 plays in a row. Lancers move backwards here. We talked a lot about how crucial this defensive possession is for Presentation. Now it's a 3rd and 15 situation. You got exactly what you wanted. Now drop some men back, guard that 1st down line. Do not let the Lancers cross it, and you'll have a chance to put some points on the board once again before halftime. Came up short on that last drive. Now you get another chance.
3 receivers out to the left. Miyazawa out to the right. 1 back in the pistol formation. Movement on the line. Gay takes the snap. Penalty flags fly. Throw downfield, and it's going to be intercepted at the 50-yard line. But I got a feeling it's going to be a penalty against the Saints.
That it is. They threw it right away. You had a man jump on the defensive line. This was a free play for the Lancers. It was a great job by Ken Gay to recognize that. He just threw the deep ball because he knew it was a free play. Wasn't really worried about the interception because they were going to get the yards anyway.
Yep, underthrew that one a little bit as Miyazawa was the intended receiver. So a 5-yard walk-off on the offsides penalty against the Saints. It's still 3rd down and 11 for Mount Marty. 4:18 left to go until halftime. Lancers 21, Saints 3. That's our score. Big 3rd down here for the Lancers on offense. 2 receivers to the right, 2 out to the left. 1 back in the pistol formation. Let's see if he stays in and blocks. Gay will now reset. Looks to the right sideline for a play. See if there's an adjustment here. Now Nishigaya clears out of the backfield, and somebody's moving on offense. It's Fitzgerald off sides, and that'll be against the Lancers.
Yep, Fitzgerald just a moment too early. Went before the snap. That's going to back him up once again. 2nd false start of the game for the Lancers.
Yep, so now it'll be 3rd and 16. They're back at their own 21-yard line. They need to get to the 37 for a 1st down. So a big obstacle here for the Lancers on offense. 3rd down, 16. 2 receivers either side. 1 running back in the backfield. Gay drops back. Pressure. Rolls out to his right. Throws on the run. It's going to be caught. And that is going to be Fitzgerald. Slips away from a man, and he's close to the 1st down marker. I think he might have gotten it with that extra effort. He does. What a play by Fitzgerald. They needed 16. Man. They got exactly 16.
That's an athlete out there. 2nd effort got him that 1st down, just refusing to go down.
They snap the play quickly. Gay rolls out to his right and just runs out of bounds. I think they were trying to catch the Saints with too many men on the field, but I don't see any penalty flags down. Kind of doing that Aaron Rodgers thing, come to the line before the defense gets their personnel cleared. And that time I think the Saints just managed to clear their people off the field. Bring up 2nd and 10. 2:40 and counting here until halftime. 21-3. Lancers on top. Receivers either side with 1 wingback to the left. Gay in the shotgun set. Play action. Pressure. Steps up. Throws the long ball down the middle of the field. He's got Miyazawa open, and he catches it at the 14-yard line. Rolls ahead to the 12. What a catch by Miyazawa. Another long bomb, and the Lancers are in the red zone.
Miyazawa really had to lay out for that one. 2nd time he's caught presentation over the top on a very, very long ball. Ken Gay on target so far today. Already thrown a touchdown to Riken. Now he has Miyazawa downfield twice. Inside the 15 are the Lancers. Under 2 minutes to go. You got to think they slow it down here, run the ball, try and chew up some clock, and then try and get in the end zone.
Yeah, and I believe they have 2 timeouts left to work with, and we've got 1:45 and counting. And now the clock stopped momentarily. Now it's rolling again as the chains were reset. Plenty of time on the play clock, 15 seconds. Thompson in at running back, the sophomore out of Los Angeles. He'll be in the pistol formation. 2 receivers will split out to the left. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion from left to right. Handoff. Thompson up the middle. Angles to his left across the 10. Inside the 5, down at the 4-yard line. Good run.
Very good run. 9 yards. Got inside the 5. Once again, the clock's still moving. Just over a minute to go. Lancers are going to take their time here. They still have 2 timeouts to work with. Not worried about the clock. Do want to take a little bit of time off. Not a big deal for them, but they don't want to leave any time for presentation.
Yep, and remember, they do have 2 timeouts in their back pocket if they need them.
And they get the ball after this halftime.
Yep, 2nd down and 2 from the 4, and we've got penalty flags, and we probably have a procedure call against the Lancers, and we do.
Another false start. 3rd of the game, I believe, now for the Lancers. Bit eager to get off the ball, biting them here in the first half.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. 47 seconds left, and it looks like the Lancers are going to call a timeout, and they will. We'll take a timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, or you can call them too at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT. Mount Marty knocking on the door once again with 47 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. They're up 21-3, and they have it second down and about 7 from the 9-yard line. They just called timeout. They have one left. Ken Gay at quarterback has been dynamite so far. He'll send one receiver out to the right. That's Miyazawa. One receiver to the left. Pistol formation. Thompson in at running back. He'll take the handoff straight up the middle. Has a hole. He'll get near the 2-yard line, and that's close to a first down, but I think he might be just a tad bit short. Third down and 1. 35 seconds and counting. Remember, the clock will stop if the first down yardage is achieved. Gay rolls out to his right, trying to throw for the corner. He's going to try to run, and he's tackled back at the 9-yard line.
Lancers are going to have to use their final timeout after that one. Coach Micheletti unhappy with that. Ken Gay needed to get rid of that ball, throw it out of bounds, knowing the time on the clock with 18 seconds left. Had to just stop the clock there, take the loss. Even though it was third down, the clock was more important there.
And we will keep it here during this timeout, which is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Make sure you call them for their legendary chicken, and they've got the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway. And if you want to call them, it's 665-1222. Now, with the loss of yardage back to near the 9-yard line, you would think maybe a field goal would be in the works, but they're talking to the offense. I don't see the field goal unit anywhere near the situation. Now, had that ball been thrown out of bounds, perchance, then you're back at about the 2.5-yard line. A lot more options. Now you're back at the 9 on fourth down and 7, and with only 17 seconds left.
It looks like Lancers are going to try and go for this one here. I certainly would like to see the field goal unit come on, take your points, and go into halftime. Lancers want the end zone.
Davin Quayle is their kicker, but he is not out on the field, and they're not lining up for any sort of kick. The offense is out there. 2 receivers split out to the left. 1 out to the right. That's Miyazawa. Pistol formation. Gay takes the snap, rolls to his right. Wants to throw, now does, over the head of everybody, incomplete out of the back of the end zone. And the Saints defense makes a much-needed stand with 11 seconds left.
Yeah, missed opportunity by the Lancers there. Lancers in very good position to get some points on the board, had a chance for a field goal, decided to go for the end zone, ended up not working out for them. Easy to say it in hindsight. In the moment, they really wanted 6.
Yep, they did. They come away with nothing. Saints, however, they'll probably just take a knee here and just go into the locker room down 21-3 and try to regroup.
Absolutely. Down 21-3. No reason to risk anything here. You don't want to risk an interception or a turnover. Give the Lancers a new chance at life with 11 seconds left. Just kneel it going to halftime.
Yep, they've got the safety formation in there with Frazier. Just going to take the snap and go to a knee, and that's how we'll end the first half.
Well, that's first half. Mount Marty, one of the best halves of football we have seen, if not the best, in their first 2 years. 21-3, they lead. Amazing job from both offense, defense, special teams. It was really three-phase dominance in the first half.
All right, we've got the halftime show coming up. It's being brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. We'll begin our halftime festivities after this 2-minute timeout. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Lancer football. The first game of the 2022 campaign tonight right here on KYNT. We'll be back after a couple of minutes. And welcome back to Swisher Field here in Aberdeen. It's the kickoff game for the 2022 football season, the second ever for the Mount Marty Lancers, as they are on the road to take on the Saints of Presentation College. We're at halftime. It's 21-3. Lancers on top of the Saints, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum, as the Great Plains Athletic Conference, the North Star Athletic Conference, getting underway with 3 games matching up these two conferences tonight. We get the early start of the 3 particular contests, and we'll be checking the scoreboard here in a little bit, as the other games have just gotten underway here with Jamestown, Valley City State, and, of course, Dakota State, Dakota Wesleyan playing tonight. But before we get to those games, let's talk a little bit about this game. What a start for Mount Marty on their first 2 possessions. Tehl, they put points on the board.
They really did. Two drives, 2 touchdowns, 13 points in their first 2 drives. Missed the extra point on the second one. Very, very impressive. That was something that was missing from the Lancers all of last season, pretty much all 10 games. They started slow. Almost every single game, just slow starts. They wanted to get out fast today. Everything that we talked about, I've been talking to Micheletti for months, wanted to get out fast. We talked to the quarterback yesterday. They said, we're going to go fast. That's exactly what they did. The no-huddle offense has been giving the Saints fits all day, and they have gotten in the end zone 3 separate times.
And the defense has played extraordinarily well, and they're getting pressure on the quarterback. I don't think they've got an official sack, maybe one. I think they did get a tackle behind the line of scrimmage, which technically counts as a sack. But the defense is getting into the face of Caden Frazier, the freshman quarterback. He has not been comfortable in the pocket. He's been hit a few times, pressured a lot, and that's also resulted in a couple of holding calls against the Saints. So that's really hurt the Saints offense, as they have only put one scoring play on the board, and that was a 52-yard field goal by Luis Ferreira, their field goal kicker. And he's also missed a 34-yarder as well. So the Saints really haven't had too many chances, as their punting unit has been out there a few times on the evening here as the sun's starting to go down. But it's kind of funny, they haven't turned on the lights yet here at Swisher Field. I figure they got to turn them on here pretty soon.
Oh yeah, they'll go on pretty soon. The cool thing about this isn't the only game the Lancers are going to have under the lights this season.
Nope.
Every single time last season, it was a 1 p.m. kickoff on Saturday. This season, they get 2 games underneath the lights. This one, the home or the opener, and then on October 7th, I believe it'll be Friday game. They get to play a Friday night lights college football game. I'm very excited for that one. A home game too
against the Dort Defenders. Otherwise, we're looking at 1 o'clock kickoffs the rest of the way throughout the season. When you examine the Lancers' schedule, 4 of their first 5 games on the road. And, they get 1 home game on the 17th of September. And other than that, that's the only home games. The rest of them are in October and November. And when we saw the schedule earlier in the year, they have a stretch that may be as tough a stretch as any team in the country, starting the month of October at Northwestern, home to Dort, at Concordia, home to Morningside. 3 nationally ranked teams in 4 games. And Concordia is pretty doggone good, especially on their home field.
Yeah, Concordia is very, very good. We saw it last year. One thing I will say about Concordia that is a bit of a question, I think their entire front 7 last year was 5th-year seniors. So they are missing their entire front 7 this year. That'll be an interesting thing to see from Concordia. But Concordia is one of those teams that is just able to reload every year. They just have players on players on players. They're very good school.
And they're always tougher on their home field. It's 21-3 here at halftime between the Lancers and the Saints. We're going to take a timeout. We got to interview. Tell who we talking to here at halftime.
Absolutely. We have got MMU Wednesdays is what it is on a Thursday. Our own Jeff Erickson at Riverfront Broadcasting sat down for an interview yesterday, and we're going to talk about that after the break.
You bet. 2-minute timeout coming up here as the halftime show rolls on. It's brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, slow, close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. Our score, Mount Marty 21, presentation 3. Back with more after this 2-minute break right here on KYNT. Back at halftime, brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. The Lancers up on the Saints. The presentation 21-3 along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Let's check out the scoreboard. It's brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. Tehl, what do we got on the scoreboard?
Only 2 GPAC schools playing right now, and they actually just started a half hour ago. So they're both still in the first quarter. Valley City State is at Jamestown. That score is 0-0 in the first. Dakota Wesleyan at Dakota State. 7-0 Dakota State over Dakota Wesleyan at the 6:40 mark. That's a big one there. The 7th annual Ag Bowl game, 7-0 Dakota State.
We'll take one more break, a 1-minute timeout. Then we'll come back with the third quarter. Lancers on top. 21-3 here. This is Lancer football on KYNT. And we're getting ready for the third quarter of action. It'll be presentation kicking off our second half, brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Lancers up 21-3, and they will get the kickoff from Luis Ferreira, who will kick it off from the right side to the left side on your radio dial, as the Lancers will be driving towards the south end zone here in quarter number 3, as they are up 21-3 here at the break. Lancers seeking their first win ever. The Saints, they went 0-11 last year. They're seeking their first win since the 2019 campaign. Ferreira has it teed up. High end-over-end kick. It's going to sail to the goal line. And collecting it there will be Trey Hansen running to his left. A little bit of a hole across the 20 to the 24-yard line. That's where he's knocked out of bounds.
Oh, we are underway. Second half play. 21-3 Lancers. The best opening to a game in their short history in second season opening night game. The lights still not on here in Aberdeen, but they'll be coming on pretty quick.
I would hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty tough to see here. Normally, you would figure the lights would be on here at Swisher Field. There's still a lot of daylight, but it's starting to fade here.
Some long shadows.
Yeah, I got some long shadows at 7:34 p.m. Central Time here. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line for the Lancers. Play action. Gay rolls to his right. Short pass. Vegans catches it at the 25. Ahead to the 32-yard line. Gain of 9.
Austin Vegans last season, 22 receptions, 131 yards, and a touchdown, a long of 27. Guy was a very, very good pass blocker for the Lancers. Able to get some blocks downfield, came up in some clutch moments for the Lancers. Very sure-footed wide receiver.
2nd and 1, lots of options here for the Lancers. See if they try it, throw the ball downfield. They have Nishigaya in the backfield. Pistol formation. 2nd and 1. Fitzgerald in motion. Play action. Gay loads up, throws the long ball downfield, and it's over the head of Miyazawa at the 25-yard line, incomplete.
Lancers came out firing. They had a second and short situation. I love seeing shots on 2nd and short. just overthrowing the receiver in double coverage. Was the quarterback for the Lancers there.
Yeah, Ken Gay had that first quarter bomb to Miyazawa, got him into the red zone, where eventually they scored on a run by Tyree Morrison. That was their first score of the season. Now 3rd down and a yard to go.
Quarterbacks played very well. A couple of over-the-top throws to Miyazawa, a 30-yard touchdown pass earlier in the game to Rex Reichen. Quarterback play has been very strong for Mount Marty today.
Pistol formation, handoff. Nishigaya has the first down through traffic, slips by one man, gets to the 37, move the chains, 1st down, Lancers.
Yeah, let's go back to the quarterback play for a second. Ken Gay, the second. He's a 6'2", 215-pound sophomore out of Plain Dealing, Louisiana, transferring in out of Kansas Highland Community College. Played very, very well so far today. Has not had a throw that I'd say was near interception yet.
Screen pass. Fitzgerald on the left side across the 40, gets near midfield. He'll have a 1st down for the Lancers.
Taking care of the football is the story of the game that the Lancers simply were not able to do last season. Turnovers after turnovers hindered drives. Penalties ended up killing them. They haven't done that yet today. Obvious improvement in the first game of the season.
Lights have snapped on here at Swisher Field as Gay drops back to throw. Outlet man Fitzgerald had it, dropped it incomplete at the 30 or at the 45-yard line. Started to run before he secured the football. Fundamental mistake there. You don't see Trevor do that very often.
No, you don't, but it is not an uncommon thing of wide receivers in general. Wide receivers, when they're in open space, because he was wide open there, a lot of times you see those drops in that open space because they're thinking about their next move. They know they are open right then, but a guy's coming up to make a hit, so they got to make that next move. That's what Trevor was thinking about. Just mix that up a little bit. Couldn't secure the ball. 3
receivers out to the right. Now Vegans moves to a wing back movement on the line. Gay takes the snap. Throws the long ball down the right side. Miyazawa open, catches it at the 5 into the end zone. Touchdown, Lancers! Oh, what another great long throw. Gay to Miyazawa.
Jonah Miyazawa has been phenomenal today, catching his first touchdown of the season on that throw, a long bomb from Ken Gay. Amazing throw, amazing catch. That's deep ball number 3 to Miyazawa in this game. He led the Lancers in touchdowns last season with 10 of them, 10 touchdowns on the season, 561 receiving yards. If today is telling of anything, he might be a little bit better than that this year in terms of yardage. That's going to be crazy.
Here comes Manker to hold for Quayle. The point after kick is on the way, and this one is good. 28-3. 13:01 left to go. 3rd quarter. Lancers on top, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT. So just like in the first half, the Lancers scoring their first possession in the second half. 13:01 left to go, 3rd quarter. Mount Marty, 28. Saints, 3.
Oh, don't say 28-3 after that one Super Bowl Falcons Patriots. I don't like that number anymore.
One of my coworkers is a big Falcons fan, and we have talked about that many a time. As here comes the kickoff, and that is going to be Shepard fielding it at the 10, and he's tackled shy of the 25-yard line. Let's see if they give him forward progress to the 25. There's a man that's kind of been quiet today. Cameron Shepard, the junior wideout out of El Mirage, Arizona. He's their big play receiver, and he's caught, I think, 1 or 2 passes, and that's it. One of them I know was a very short pass.
Yeah, it was. They haven't really had much of a passing game going so far today. The Lancers have really put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, leading to some bad throws and some rush throws from the young quarterback, a freshman quarterback in there. for presentation.
Caden Frazier splits 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left, puts a man in motion across the formation. That's the tight end, Alden Roddy. Play action, throws, and there's that man Shepard on a short pass, but he's bottled up right away. Looks like the football came loose, and the Lancers say they got it. They do on the fumble recovery at the 31-yard line.
First turnover of the ball game, first recovery of the season. Lancers get it back in amazing field position at the 37, I believe, 37-yard line.
32.
32-yard line.
Yep.
Where am I at on the field? Oh, there I am. 32-yard line, 28-3. They have another shot to put some points up on the board. That was an amazing play from the defense, able to flip the field instantly. Trying to put a cap on this one.
Yeah, Cameron Shepard, their main wide receiver, fumbles it along the sidelines, and the Lancers are there to pounce on it. 1st and 10 from the Saints 32. 2 receivers out to the left. Thompson in at running back, handoff up the middle, has a big hole to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, pulled down at the 8-yard line. 1st and goal, Lancers. Isaiah Thompson with a strong run for Mount Marty.
Just like that, 1st and goal. Amazing job from the Lancers so far this second half. You can't ask for anything better than what we've seen.
And credit their offensive line. Another big hole opened up for Thompson. It's closed quickly, but he'll get to the 6. Call it a gain of about 2. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland. They're on Broadway in Yankton.
Got the update. That was a 68-yard touchdown pass from Ken Gay to Jonah Miyazawa on that last possession. 68 yards.
Wow. 2nd and goal coming up. Receivers either side. Double tight end formation. Handoff. Thompson spins into the line to the 4, to the 3, fighting for every inch. They'll say forward progress stops at the 3.
One of my favorite things in these goal line situations, at the 3-yard line, you have a running back stuffed up the middle, and you have an offensive lineman on the other side grabbing him and pulling him towards the end zone. We saw that there from, I believe, the left guard for the Lancers there. Always fun to see.
That would be Pastrana.
Yes.
Who gets the start at left guard. 3rd down, goal to go from the 3. Taking his time is Ken Gay, the second. 2 receivers to the left. Now 1 man in motion. Thompson up the middle, has a hole into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty. 3-yard run with 11:11 left to go in the 3rd quarter. The Lancers extend their lead.
The junior running back out of San Diego able to find pay dirt there. Lancers really opening up the scoring here. 2 so far in the first 4 minutes of the second half, plus a turnover. You really cannot start a half any better than the Lancers just have.
Yep, and those first 5 minutes of a 3rd quarter, so telltale in any football game. Quayle to try the point after kick. Manker the holder. It's on the way. This one is through the uprights, and it is good. 11:11 left to go, 3rd quarter. Lancers 35, Saints 3. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT. The Lancers got off to a good start in the first half. Maybe even a better start here in the second half. 35-3.
Maybe? Maybe, he says. No.
35-3. Lancers on top of presentation. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And something that good football teams do, capitalize on turnovers.
Absolutely. That's exactly what the Lancers did there. 1 turnover in this ball game. Normally a score of 35-3. You expect there to be more. That's the only turnover we saw so far.
Quayle with the kickoff, end over end. It's going to be fielded at the 15-yard line. Nice hole up the middle, staying on his feet to about the 35-yard line. And the Bush pushing and shoving, and penalty flags come down.
Trey Hansen had a really big hit on the ball carrier there. And this might be on that hit.
I think it was Tegan Severe on the return there. And, yep, a little extra pushing and shoving. And this one, sometimes they don't get the instigator. They get the retaliatory push and or shove. And this one, I think, is going to go against the Lancers. It is unsportsmanlike 15-yard walk-off against the Lancers. First down at the midfield stripe for the Saints.
Now, the Lancers have had an amazing third quarter. There's no doubt about that. But this is what you don't want to do directly after that opening is start making mental errors. Things like that. An unnecessary roughness call, a personal foul right there. It's just not necessary. Gives presentation good field position to start this drive.
Frazier's going to hand off, and no gain whatsoever there for Costin, the running back. He'll lose a yard. Second and 11 coming up here. Marty football brought to you in part by Vision Real Estate. And their focus is always on you. Second and 11.
That tackle for loss, combination of Jaron Mortensen and Josh Pickthorn. Brandon, South Dakota, and Duchesne, Utah for those two.
Shotgun set, 2 receivers either side for the Saints. Frazier at quarterback sends Costin in motion. He'll throw the screen pass to him. It's caught, but tackled right away after about a 3-yard gain. Good defense by the Lancers. Tried that little screen pass. Lancers were wise to it.
The Lancer defense has been strong today. We saw it in a lot of spots last year. Lancer defense able to hold some teams. There were a lot of mental mistakes, a lot of big plays. That was really the detractor for the Lancers last season. They were able to bottle up the run. It was big plays that ended up kind of boosting the stats and hurting them. We haven't seen that today.
Third down and long, about 9 yards coming up here. Frazier rolls out to his left, pressured, throws against his body, incomplete at the 45-yard line. And Shepard, the intended receiver, even if he catches it, he was going to be tackled right away.
That was a great job. The man who was defending that play knocked it out of the hands of a wide receiver. That was Josh Pickthorn. That was the middle linebacker for the Lancers. Out in coverage on a wide receiver, able to knock that one away, getting the pass defense. That is a great play from a very fast middle linebacker, a freshman, by the way.
And Miyazawa drops back to his own 10-yard line. Ferreira will punt from his own 37. On fourth down, snap on target, pressure coming, high kick, not very far. It'll bounce near the 30. Everyone yelling poison, poison. Doesn't bounce very far to the 31 of the Lancers. That one went almost straight up the elevator.
Yeah, net of just under 20 on that one. Gives the Lancers some pretty good field position, starting at about the 31, if I've figured out how field works on a football field.
Marty football brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust member FDIC. First and 10 Lancers from their own 31. They operate left to right on your radio dial with 9:34 left to go in the third quarter. They're up 35-3. Bubble screen, left side. Fitzgerald has one blocker, makes a man miss. Not the second man. Gain of about 4.
Screens out to Fitzgerald. That's something I expect to see a lot from the Lancers. Get it to a very good athlete on the outside and just let him work. Only got about 4 yards there, but that's what you'd like to do on first down especially. Trevor Fitzgerald's a man who can make men miss. Did one right there.
Second down and 6. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Pistol formation, play action. Here comes the blitz. Gay is going to be sacked back at the 20-yard line. Great play defensively by the Saints. They sent a blitzing linebacker in there. That was Brian Taylor, the senior out of Yerington, Nevada. He made a great play.
That was an amazing play from Brian Taylor. Taylor came off that left edge very fast, beat the tackle for the Lancers, and then had Ken Gay one-on-one. Instead of just going full head of steam at him, stopped, drew himself in a little bit, didn't let Ken Gay go left or right, just squared his hips and was able to make the hit on the quarterback. Great job from Brian Taylor. That's a senior. He's been in that situation before.
We have a player down, and it looks like one of the Saints, Benjamin Fossey, the defensive lineman. We'll step aside with this break in the action, and we'll take a quick 30-second timeout with the Lancers up 35-3, 8:39 left to go in the third quarter. More Lancer football after this 30-second timeout on KYNT. Good news here at Swisher Field as Benjamin Fossey walking off the field under his own power, the senior out of Barrow, Alaska, is going to move gingerly to the sideline, holding his left arm. Let's hope that that young man can return here in this contest. 8:39 left to go. Third quarter, Lancers 35, Saints 3. Third and long coming up after the quarterback sack for the Lancers. 3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Pistol formation. Saints possibly showing blitz here as Gay will have them reset. 22 on the play clock. Now he'll clear out the backfield with Morrison. Play action. Gay steps up, pressured. He's going to run. Now throws on the run. I think he was beyond the line of scrimmage. It's incomplete. Penalty flag is down. So is another Saint back at the 20-yard line.
Lost track a little bit of where he was there. Spinning away from multiple defenders. Ken Gay threw the ball about 2 yards past the line of scrimmage here.
Yeah,
incomplete pass, but still.
That'll be a loss of down. And another player down. And ironically, it was Patrick Perkins signaling over to the Saints sideline to get the trainer out there as player is down back at the 15-yard line, lying flat on his back. Can't see who it is. I think it's one of the defensive linemen for the Saints as the clock stops again at 8:11 left to go here. Quarter number 3, Lancers 35, Saints 3. That's our score. And we have another injury timeout on the field. It'll be 4th down coming up here momentarily for Mount Marty as they will have a loss of down on the penalty play. And this is something you don't want to see as a Saints fan. You already lost one of your starters to an injury. We don't know how severe. And now you've got another one of your defensive players down being tended to by the trainers. And hopefully just a leg cramp. But they are painful, but they are temporary.
Right at the moment, what we're seeing, he is down on his back. They have his left leg elevated, and they look to be massaging his calf right now. Could be a good sign.
One of 3 games in the region tonight. Valley, City State, and Jamestown playing as we check the Gerstner Royal scoreboard. 7-0 Jamestown with the advantage there. And it's 14-0 in the second quarter. Dakota State leads the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan. Of course, the scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Royal. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway.
Ooh, here's a final in the NAI. Reinhardt at Faulkner. 34-27 Reinhardt wins. That might be the first finished game of the year. So I wanted to shout that out. Reinhardt might have just won the first game of 2022. That's pretty cool.
In the NAIA ranks. And let's see the young man back up on his feet. And for the Saints, that is Braxton Bates, the sophomore linebacker out of Taylorsville, Utah. He is being helped off to the side. Now he's under his own power, making his way off the field, and that's a good sign. Hopefully the young man can return as the punting unit comes on for Mount Marty. Special teams unit on there for the Saints. And they will drop back Tegan Severe to field the punt. He's standing at his own 38-yard line.
First punt of the day for the Lancers, if I'm not mistaken. They did have one more. Yes, excuse me.
Fitzgerald will stand at his own 7-yard line, takes the snap, one hop, catches it, good punt away, and it'll be Severe at his 40-yard line, running to his left, gets a couple of blocks, hit hard, spins away, almost broke free, but got to the 48-yard line of Mount Marty.
Got an extra 8 yards or so of second effort. Very good job.
Penalty flag down very late.
That was, in fact, very late. likely after the play, we'll see which team.
Well, most often on a punt return, it's a block in the back. And I think that's what it's going to be here. The spot of the infraction is the 48-yard line of the Saints. And, yep, they're going to back them up 15 yards. So a good return wiped out back to the 33-yard line. Saints will bring it out there with Caden Frazier at quarterback. 8 minutes exactly left to go here in the third quarter. Lancers 35, Saints 3.
As you said, knocks away a great return. They were going to start at about the 50-yard line, just about at midfield. Now starting at their own 32, their own 33, taking away good field position there.
2 receivers either side. Handoff up the middle. That's Youssef with the ball. He goes nowhere, maybe 2 yards with forward progress. Not a whole lot there.
The Lancer front seven has been stifling today, and it continues to be so in the third quarter. We already saw one fumble that was picked up by the Lancers in this ball game.
And they turned it into a touchdown.
That they did.
2 backs in the backfield, both to the left side of the quarterback. Handoff, Youssef tackled in the backfield, thrown for a loss. Great penetration by the Lancer defense. And that was Drew Pendleton.
Drew Pendleton's a player for the Lancers, middle linebacker who had 67 tackles last season, a senior for this team, 214-pound, 5'11" man, able to get into the backfield almost instantly, had a very, very good jump off the snap.
3rd down and 9 coming up for the Saints. They'll split out 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, 1 back in the backfield to the left of the quarterback, Frazier. 4-man front. Here they come. Throw over the middle. Got time. Tipped away. Incomplete. And that was a great defensive play by John Cooper, the backup defensive back, the freshman out of Sioux Falls, as he tapped it away from Cameron Shepard.
That was a great job. Lancers running cover 1 zone. Ended up having John Cooper out on that right side, was in pretty much single coverage up until the top of that route. Had some help, but knocked it away himself. Didn't need it.
6:41 left. Miyazawa drops back to his own 32-yard line. Ferreira to kick it from his own 20 on this 4th down play. Snap on target. The pressure coming. Oh, they almost got to him. And a high punt. Miyazawa fair catches at the 32. Ferreira tried to do a little acting there. Well, in soccer they do those flops, but in football here they kind of are a little wise to it. I can't blame the young man for trying, but
absolutely not.
Whether they have that the Phantom of the Flopra on ESPN, and that he was going for it there. He flopped on that play, but the pressure was coming, and that one was almost blocked. And credit Ferreira for at least getting that punt away without it being blocked.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of poise to stay in there when you have multiple guys screaming off that line right for you to stay poised and get that ball away. But he did a good job with that.
2 receivers out to the left after Fitzgerald goes in motion. Pistol formation. Thompson up the middle, picks his way through traffic, stumbles, gets to the 39. Good gain on 1st down. Got about 6.
A 6-yard run on 1st down is just what the doctors ordered. Lancers love to run the ball. That has been their MO the entire existence of the program. They've thrown it very well tonight, but they still like that run.
2 wingbacks in the backfield now to the left of the quarterback, and it's going to be a bubble screen to Fitzgerald on the left side. He gets across the 40 to the 45 to the 49-yard line, move the chains, 1st down Lancers. And that bubble screen, that's essentially an extended handoff. That's like a running play.
It really is. It's pretty much a running play. You get a little bit of a jump, maybe catch the defense unawares if it goes well, which they were able to get a 1st down from that.
Kind of a logical extension from those screen passes that we saw the West Coast offense of the Niners back in the 80s. They were really the first to do it. This kind of the next evolution in that step. Of course, the legendary coach Bill Walsh coming up with that. Here's Thompson up the middle, gets to midfield and to the 49-yard line, call it a gain of 2. It was so innovative when the Niners started doing that. Joe Montana and the plethora of running backs and tight ends. And how they scripted the plays. It really changed the game. And even in this, offense where you've got the run pass option, there's still a lot of West Coast fundamentals in there.
Really is. An ever-evolving game is football.
On the run, Gay throws, intercepted at the 48-yard line and stumbling ahead to the 42-yard line. Great defensive play by Braxton Bates, the middle linebacker who was shaken up earlier. And that's the first Lancer turnover of the year as Gay threw it on the run, but right to the linebacker, and the sophomore makes the play.
That was a very good play from the sophomore there, Braxton Bates, with the interception, giving a little bit of life to this crowd and to the coaching staff. We could hear them yelling. Very excited about that one. Down 35-3, but they really want to get some points on the board here. Now they have a chance. First mistake of the day we've seen from Ken Gay.
Frazier at quarterback. Shotgun set. Hands off. Youssef up the middle, gets a gain of 2, and that's all. And he is brought down by Dannenbrink. Second and 8. Important for the Saints on offense here to get points. They've got good field position. Second and 8 at the Lancer 40-yard line. For the Lancers, they need to dig in defensively. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. High snap, delayed handoff. That's Youssef again. Spins away from one man and turned what should have been no gain into about a 3-yard gain.
Yeah, Dannenbrink had him about a yard behind the line of scrimmage, just couldn't get him to the ground. The second effort, able to turn that into some positive yardage, make it 3rd and medium.
Yeah, it could have been 3rd and 8. Now it's 3rd and about 5.
Down 35-3, but the heart is showing. Presentation still got a lot of fight left in them. We love to see that, especially in the first game of the year.
3rd and 5, 3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Running back will play action, pass, caught, tackled right away. First catch of the day for Alden Roddy, the sophomore tight end out of Anchorage, but he went nowhere.
Josh Pickthorne caught him up right at the line of scrimmage, ended up taking him backwards, but forward progress keeps it right at the line of scrimmage.
Well, they're going to go for it here. And then what else do they got to lose on 4th down and 5 from the 37-yard line? And the Saints want to talk it over. Timeout on the field. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's the Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds here on KYNT. Big 4th down and 5 coming up for the Saints with 3:15 left to go. 3rd quarter, Lancers up 35-3. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Opening game of the 2022 campaign of Lancer football, their 2nd season ever, right here on KYNT. Saints driving right to left on your radio dial. 4th down and 5. From the 37-yard line of the Saints, they'll put a man in motion, shotgun set, play action. Frazier throws over the middle, tipped away, incomplete at the 27-yard line, intended for Cameron Shepard. The ball was tipped, and then 2 defenders were there to tap it away for Shepard, and the Saints turn it over on downs.
That was a great job by the Lancers defense. Still running that 4-3. They've ran it all game long, able to get a couple people in the background. Most plays, their front 7 has been very, very active in getting into the backfield. There it was the corner and safety combination to get a hit on the intended receiver, able to knock that one away.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 1st and 10. Lancers from their own 37 here. They operate left to right on your radio dial here in the 3rd quarter. And it'll be a handoff to Thompson up the middle, thrown for a loss of about 3 yards. Didn't fool anybody on that play. Important here for the Lancers to try to grind out some first downs, run this clock.
Absolutely. The Lancers at this point in the game up 35-3 at near the end of the third quarter. This is where you can kind of start to open up your playbook. You have some real game action. Use it. Use it on some plays you might want to try out. You didn't get as many reps on. Maybe you want to try running a little bit more. You want to get some certain guys some certain reps, see what they got. Use this time, and that's what they're doing.
Play action. Gay stands tall in the pocket. Now he'll run to his left, tucks the ball across the 40. Near the 45-yard line, that's where they're going to say he went out of bounds. Official says, let's see, is it 45 or 46? They're going to say the 45. Decent gain. It'll be 3rd down and 2 coming up.
Well, here's another aspect to the game of Ken Gay. That was a design quarterback run, just following his running back to that left side of the line, had a lead blocker, able to get 8 yards out of it.
Thompson up the middle. He's tripped up in the backfield. No gain on the play. Tried to angle to his left. Follow that big tackle, Patrick Perkins, at 395 pounds, but he was tripped up. 4th and 2 coming up. And the Lancers have gone for it before. Punting unit not making a move. Looks like they're going to go for it here, and they've been successful on runs on 4th and short previously. 3 receivers to the right. Now they'll move Vegans to a wing back on the right side. They'll come out of the stance, look to the sideline. Now reset. Thompson in the pistol formation behind the quarterback. He'll take the handoff, run up the middle. He's stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Ball is loose on the field. Doesn't matter. Saints have it. One way or the other, Saints have the football.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to count that as a fumble or not.
I think so.
Way.
I think so. I think the ball did come loose.
Either way, that'll be first from the exact same down line for presentation.
So the Saints make something positive happen there defensively in the waning moments of this third quarter. Minute 23 left. Lancers still lead 35-3. And I was just about to remark, offensively for the Lancers, Rex Reichen has kind of disappeared since that first quarter. He had that big first quarter, and I don't think we've really seen him since.
Not too much. He had that one drive, 4 catches near 70 yards and a touchdown. Outside of that drive, not a whole lot of Rex. That could be attributed to the Lancers increasing the run game up 35-3, of course, but you still like to see the guy.
1st and 10 Saints from the Lancer 45. The mishandled the snap, and it somehow ends up in Youssef's hands. I think it was going to go to him anyway. It kind of fell out of the hands of the quarterback as he had to reach to his right and try to corral that off-target snap, but turned into a 1-yard gain. It could have been disaster for the Saints.
Now the Saints, their second turnover of the day for the Lancers, actually winning the turnover battle now 2-1. Trying to capitalize on this one. 2nd
and 9. Shotgun set, 3 receivers to the left. Handoff. Youssef up the middle across the 40. Gets to the 38-yard line. Sets up 3rd down and 3. We'll have time for one more play here, as the Saints are going to move rather quickly on offense. They come right to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers either side. Bubble screen. Right side. Caught. Should be enough for a first down, as making the catch out there is Nagaya. Tyson Nagaya, freshman out of Utah. Got 3 yards, exactly what they needed. 1st and 10 Saints. We got 20 seconds left to go in the quarter. Let's see if the Saints can get one more play before the clock expires. They're looking to the sideline. 10 seconds left. Frazier moves them up quickly. 5 seconds left, directing traffic. I don't think he's going to get the play off. Well, they do snap it. Throw, sideline, incomplete, intended for Nagaya at the 30-yard line. That's all we'll end the third quarter of play. Lancers up on the Saints 35-3. Back in 1 minute with the final stanza. This is Lancer Football on KYNT. Ready for the fourth quarter of play. Lancers on top of the Saints, 35-3 along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. 2nd and 10 for the Saints from the Lancer 35-yard line. They operate left to right on your radio dial as we switch ends. Here comes the bubble screen, and it's going to be caught after big pressure and a loss of a couple on the play as Costin caught the pass, but he ends up losing a couple of yards.
Well, this is Lancer versus Presentation, the Catholic Cup, the first annual, going to be a yearly transition game with a traveling trophy called the Chalice of the Dakotas. The winner of this game is taking that trophy home. They're going to do this game every year as the Catholic Cup, the 2 Catholic schools in South Dakota. Fourth quarter of that game.
Let's hope this is the beginning of a great tradition between these 2 schools on the football field. Of course, they do play each other on the basketball court as well, and on the volleyball court as well. 3rd down and long. Frazier rolls out to his left. Pressure, throws, sidearm, incomplete at the 25-yard line. I think that was Nagaya, the intended receiver. And he comes up holding his hand. Or check that. That was Pharaoh Tapia, the intended receiver.
Here comes up holding his hand. Looks like as he dove out for it, just kind of landed on it, landed on his hand, which a little bit of a stinger, but he stays out on the field.
Well, 4th down and 11 coming up for the Saints. And what do they got to lose? They're going to go for it from the Lancer 36-yard line. 2 receivers either side. Here comes the pressure. Frazier is going to be tackled at the 39-yard line. Down goes Frazier on the quarterback sack.
Jarek Woodley with the sack, the 6'2", 212-pound freshman, recording his first sack of his collegiate career.
And that stifles the Saints' drive as they'll turn it over on downs. And the Lancers get the ball back. They operate right to left on your radio dial under the lights here at Swisher Field in Aberdeen. And this, I would have to say, of the many games I've called at Swisher Field, the least amount of wind I've ever seen at a game here. There's practically no wind at all, under 10 miles an hour. That is practically unheard of for games played at this field. Out of the pistol formation, Nishigaya runs to his right, tries to get to the sidelines, and he'll shift past a couple of defenders and get maybe 5 yards on the play.
I got to say, I really like the 3-headed monster at running back the Lancers have put out there. Tyree Morrison has been amazing. Nishigaya has amazing. A 52-yard touchdown run for him. Isaiah Thompson, another touchdown run for that guy. And Morrison, a touchdown run for himself. They have been really, really good running the ball today. All 3 running backs. That's what you'd like to see from this team.
Play action. Gade, deep drop, throws the long ball towards the left sidelines. Got Miyazawa open at the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Lancers! He was wide open.
You don't get much more open than that. Jonah Miyazawa found a hole in the defense. I'm not even sure how he got that far open. Absolutely able to find a place where nobody was, had to wait for the ball, and still nobody was able to catch him. Just galloping into the end zone. Another huge play. That is the 4th long ball to Jonah Miyazawa, 2nd for a touchdown.
I tell you what, Ken Gay the 2nd, I think he's the front runner for player of the week for the GPAC.
This is a Mount Marty team, you got to remember, that went 0-10 last year. Very inconsistent quarterback play, and now some really, really good quarterback play today, leading to another touchdown for the Lancers.
And the point after kick by Quayle is good. 13:25 left to go. 42-7 or 42-3. Lancers on top, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT. 13:25 left to go in regulation. Lancers 42, Saints 3. First game of the 2022 campaign. Second season ever for Lancer football, and it is off to a great start. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And Tehl, you made a great point about the three-headed monster in the running game, because if you can keep a fresh running back coming onto the field to start each series and sub out during a series where you got fresh guy out there, that is huge.
It really is. Just fresh legs at the running back position. As the season goes on, it gets harder and harder to keep those guys fresh. 3, that'll help.
Oh, big special teams tackle at the 20-yard line on the return by Severe. Let's see who made that tackle for the Lancers. Trying to catch the number there. I think that was Jaden Harach.
Believe you're right there, Steve. Colfax, Iowa, one of the backup running backs, Harach, making a very, very strong special teams play. A lot of times special team plays, they're not as well liked by the crowd, I'll say, but for the coaching staff,
yeah. Coaches noticed that.
Noticed.
Oh,
that
yes.
gets you noticed. I'm a Broncos fan, so I always think of that's how Terrell Davis's career started, was on a very big special teams play.
And he turned into a pretty darn good running back.
You could say.
Handoff. That play goes nowhere for the Saints as Costin gets the handoff. He's bottled up right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Boy, did he turn around the fortunes of John Elway and the Broncos. 2 Super Bowl championships. And for a while, that guy was the best running back in football.
Oh, yeah. 2,000-yard season. It's hard to get better than a 2,000-yard season.
And remember, in a 16-game season, of course, that has gone by the wayside now in the National Football League. And I'm not really happy about it, but we'll get back to action here as Frazier loads up and throws a long ball down the middle of the field. He overshoots everybody at the 45-yard line. Incomplete. Tapia, the sophomore out of Galt, California, the intended receiver, but that was well beyond everybody. Strong arm there by Frazier.
Tyler Ivey playing free safety on that play. The backup safety, a freshman out of Plain Dealing, Louisiana, able to get some reps here late in this ball game. That's the one thing I really like to see about games like this. You get reps to some of your younger guys that are the future of the program. Get them some game action. It's one of the reasons why teams like Morningside and Northwestern are so good year after year. All of their incoming guys have experience from games like this.
3rd down and long. Frazier, pressure, rolls out to his right, near the sideline, throws it away, incomplete at the 30-yard line. And you're right about Morningside and Northwestern and the other strong teams in the GPAC. Their reserves get a lot of playing time because they win a lot of one-sided games. When you can get that big lead and get some of those sophomores and freshmen out there to play, generally against the starters from another team that you're way ahead of, that's just invaluable experience. Success breeds success, and that's why Morningside's been the powerhouse team 3 of the last 4 national championships.
Absolutely. I want to go back to that 3rd down play for a second. Beautiful play design by Coach Micheletti of the Lancers. Cade Manzanares out of Roswell, New Mexico, untouched from the middle linebacker position, right up the middle, able to clear out the offensive line.
Oh, a fake punt. Ferreira running. Tackled, though, in the backfield. Thrown down at the 17-yard line. Making the tackle. I think that was Caden Johnson, I believe.
I believe you're correct there, Steve. That was definitely about a 4-yard loss on that fake punt there.
I wonder if Ferreira took off on his own on that particular play.
I believe he did. There were a couple Lancers that looked like they might have been able to get a hand on that ball. They really got back there fast, just kind of didn't really have a choice, just scrambled, trying to make something out of nothing.
New quarterback, Jace Manker, the freshman out of Mobile, Iowa. He'll be the signal caller now, sends 2 receivers out to the right. Handoff up the middle. And with a strong run into the line down inside the 10, to the 8-yard line. And that was one of the backup running backs for the Lancers.
That was Jaden Harach, Steve. We just talked about him. Made a big special teams play. We say that's the type of thing that gets you noticed by coaches. The very next offensive possession for the Lancers, he's out there as the starting running back. I'm telling you, special teams plays. If you're a young player, go hard on special teams. Coaches notice it.
That's a 1st down and goal now from the 7-yard line for the Lancers, trying to build onto this lead with the reserves out there. Harach with the run up the middle, tripped at the 1-yard line. Good strong run there by the Lancers.
Harach going right up the middle, showing his strength on that one. Running into a couple of guys and still going. 2nd and goal.
Yep, from the 1-yard line. Let's see if the Lancers can punch it in. They've got Rao in there now at a wingback. One receiver out to the right. Harach tackled back at the 4-yard line. Good surge by the Saints defense.
That was a good tackle for loss from the Saints defense. We're in the 4th quarter. Once again, the score 42-3. Saints still fighting out there. Another tackle for loss. They've had a couple of those in the last couple of minutes, along with 2 turnovers forced by the Lancers. They ended up getting a fumble and an interception, both this half.
But the Saints have not turned it into points.
Not yet.
3rd down and goal from the 5. Manker at quarterback. Play action. Throws to the right corner of the end zone. Loops it up. Incomplete. Intended for Trey Hansen in the right corner of the end zone.
The goal line fade, one of the really staples of an offense at this point in football's history, something that we didn't really see a whole lot of years and years ago, but it's really taken over the game in the last 10 or so. Depends on who you have out there. It can be very, very strong. Didn't end up working that time. I wouldn't hate going back to Trey Hansen on that one. Trey Hansen's a guy who can elevate. He's very quick. Good wide receiver for the Lancers.
He'll go in motion. Handoff. Harach lost the football. There's a pile up for it, and it'll be the Saints recovering it at the 9-yard line. So Lancers got it down to the 1-yard line, but a loss and then a fumble and a recovery by the Saints turn away the Lancers. But with 10:33 left to go, they're comfortably in charge of this game at 42-3.
Absolutely. Comfortably in control, but you still like to get your second string guys some reps there as they drove down. Some great field position. Bit of an opportunity missed by the Lancers' second strings. Not able to get into the end zone there. They went backwards on a play, then turn it over on that 3rd down.
A lot of second-team players out there now defensively for the Lancers, as the first-team offense stays out there. But Frazier at quarterback for the Saints. They've got the ball at their own 9-yard line. 1st down and 10. They got a long way to go. They operate left to right on your radio dial. 2 receivers out to the left. Handoff up the middle. Not much of a gain there. I believe that's Youssef with the ball, and I think he lost a yard. Running game just has not produced much tonight for the Saints.
No, that Lancer front 7 has been really, really good. Some great play design we're noticing from the Lancers on this one. A couple of players each possessions or each play really seem to get in the backfield of the Saints, both freed up from little misdirection switches on the D line, going left and right, sometimes just straight up beating their defender.
Quick pass out to the right side, incomplete at the 15-yard line. Shepard, the intended receiver, but it was way over his head. Incomplete.
Beating their linemen, I should say, for those defensive linemen, able to get in the backfield. It's been very impressive, something the Lancers did in spots last season, but couldn't find a way to do consistently in GPAC play. It has been consistent tonight.
3rd down and 11 coming up for the Saints from their own 8-yard line. They'll split 3 receivers out to the left side, 1 out to the right. 1 back stands to the left of his quarterback. That's Frazier. As he'll look over the defense. 4-man rush. Long pass down the middle of the field into coverage. Incomplete, intended for Shepard. And some good coverage downfield by the Lancers. And that was, I believe, Jackson on the coverage there.
Shaquise Jackson Jr. out of Newark, New Jersey with that pass defense, running with the wide receiver all the way down, reading it pretty well on the fade route, able to get a hand in his face right as he goes to bring it in, knock it out down the sideline.
Punting situation here on 4th and 11. Ferreira standing in near the back of his own end zone will kick it away. Lancers setting up the return. High snap. Here it comes. Good kick away. And it's going to roll out of bounds as it angles off to the side. And not the best punt.
It looked like that one just went off the side of his foot. Just
Yep.
went straight out of bounds off the left side.
Ooh,
Lancers get it very good field position.
23-yard line. Yikes. That's Ferrera's got a strong leg, but that one was shanked. And with 9:40 left to go here in the fourth quarter, Lancers will have the ball on offense. 1st and 10, deep in Saint territory. They're in charge 42-3.
Well, I know the Lancers are happy about this simply because they had a very similar situation. Had the ball at about this field position last drive, couldn't get it in the end zone. They want that second chance.
Harach up the middle, and he will get maybe a yard. And we'll see how quick the Lancers get to the line of scrimmage at this stage of the game. You figure they just want to run some clock. Take their time.
It's always interesting because the play style of the Lancers is up-tempo, no huddle, really get to the line and get rolling. But when you have your second team guys in there, obviously you're at the point of the game where 9 minutes left, you're running out the clock to get the victory, take the Catholic Cup and the Chalice of the Dakotas back to Yankton. But you also really want to get those guys the real game experience, so you kind of want to go up-tempo sometimes. The temptation is there. They are taking their time here, however.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the play clock. And now the Lancers will approach the line of scrimmage. Jace Manker at quarterback, 178-pound freshman. He'll put Trey Hansen in motion over to the right side. Hand off. Harach, big hole up the middle. He'll follow his blockers and dive ahead inside the 20 to the 16-yard line. Good gain. And with 8.5 minutes left to go, Lancers are in no hurry. Why should they be? And, practicing what they call that 4-minute offense is always key, where if you're ahead in a close game, you want to run out the clock. You want to wind that play clock all the way down, run the football, control the line of scrimmage. Everybody practices that. Tough to execute because the defense knows what's coming, but if your offensive line can impose their will on the opposing defense, that 4-minute offense is just devastating. Hansen out to the right side. It's going to be Harach up the middle. Slips away from a man, dives forward, and he got a first down with the second effort.
Very good second effort from a young player right there. Harach, once again, able to get into the game late. The redshirt freshman out of Iowa, really with some good plays here late in this ballgame.
Yep, and the coaches take notice of that. When you get that second effort to get that extra first down.
Well, he's caught my eye today, that is for sure.
1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. They can get a first down if they can get to the 1. Handoff. Harach has to make a man miss as he goes up the middle, and he'll lose a yard on the play. But, with the clock winding down and approaching the 7-minute mark, you don't mind. You just want to keep possession of the ball and just keep running. Maybe throw a pass, but, you want to keep that clock moving.
Talk about the scoring for a second. This is, by the way, the highest scoring game in Lancer history. They are in year 2. Previous highest scoring game was in a 36-28 loss at home to Briar Cliff. 28 points was the previous highest scoring game for the Lancers. Now 42, and they're in scoring position for some more here.
They're going to try a jet sweep with Hansen. He lost the football. It's picked up by the Saints. And another turnover for the Lancers, this time on a fumble by Trey Hansen as he was trying the jet sweep to the right side, lost the handle. I think he might have run into his own man, and the Saints recover another fumble.
That is 3 fumbles on the ground now recovered by the Saints, 4 turnovers for the Lancers.
Hasn't hurt them, though, as they're up 42-3, but still, that's stuff you got to clean up.
Yeah, all 4 of them have come in the second half after the Lancers were already up by about 30 points. That's where the difference has been. But once again, as you said, stuff you need to clean up, especially with some of these younger guys. You want to make sure they're holding on to the ball. I know even though you are winning right now, this is still something that'll kind of irk a coaching staff. They're definitely going to be talking about this one tomorrow.
Yep, 6:34 left in the contest. Saints with the ball again, this time at their own 16-yard line. 1st and 10, play action. Frazier stands, throws in the pocket to the right sideline. It's going to be caught at the 29-yard line. Great catch over there on the sideline by the Saints. And That was Lorenz Plummer. He's a junior wide receiver out of Memphis. Made a nice catch there. Good tall player. Ran a good route. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line of the Saints. Gain of a dozen on that play. Quick pass, and that is going to be Nagaya. Catches it at the 32-yard line.
There is
tackled right away.
There is a flag on the play. This one's going to be roughing the passer on the Lancers. Jarek Woodley got his hands in the chest of the quarterback. Didn't hit him with the body, but hit him with the chest, or hit him with the hands in the chest, knocked him over at the end of the play.
And the players shake hands afterwards, tap each other on the helmet. That good sportsmanship on the count of both young men there, and that's going to be a 15-yard walk-off.
Yep.
It'll be a first down for the Saints. They'll move it to near midfield, out to the 47-yard line. 6:02 left in this one. Lancers up 42-3, seeking their first program win ever. Pistol formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Here comes some pressure. Throw to the right sideline, and it is going to be incomplete. Intended for Shepard. And back there for the Lancers was Brendan Garcia, the freshman out of Riverbank, California.
Brendan Garcia did a great job using his eyes to read the body language of the wide receiver right there. He was kind of caught out of position, got caught deep. The ball was just underthrown enough for him to catch up, used the body position of the wide receiver to locate the ball, even though it was behind him, got his own body in the way, and it ended up hitting him in the back. That was great recovery from a young player.
4 wide receivers, 2 each side for the Saints. Pistol formation, play action, throw, quick pass. There's Plummer over the middle of the field, inside the 45 to the 43-yard line, enough for a first down for the Saints.
Well, Saints are marching here, aided by the penalty, but there's a first down as well. Now in Lancer territory, under 5.5 to go, just trying to put a drive together to finish this one off.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for the Saints. Back stands to the left of the quarterback, Frazier. Shotgun set, play action. Throws over the middle of the field. He's got a man open. It's Shepard. He catches it. He's out of bounds inside the 5. Near the 3-yard line. Finally, Cameron Shepard got loose down the field, and he makes a big catch for the Saints.
It was the exact same route we just talked about. That fade route down the sideline for Shepard. Last time it was just underthrown enough for the DB for the Lancers to catch up and knock it down. This time, perfect pass leads to near touchdown.
Now they'll line up with a wingback, a running back, and a halfback all in the backfield. Shotgun set, handoff up the middle, and that is Costin with the run. He'll get to the 1-yard line. 4:45 and counting. 2nd and goal coming up for the 1. Saints trying to get their first offensive touchdown on the night.
Knocking on the door.
Yeah, they're knocking on the door. They're at point-blank range. Costin stands behind his quarterback in the pistol formation with a fullback to the left. Costin up the middle, gets into the end zone. That's a touchdown for the Saints. 4:24 left in the contest, and they get their first touchdown of the season.
Daryl Costin, a freshman out of Florida. You love seeing him get his first collegiate touchdown. Comes late in a game like this, but you still love seeing it. A young player finding the end zone for the first time. Always a special moment, Steve.
Yep, and good effort there by the Saints as they managed to march down the field and put together, I believe that was an 84-yard drive. Ferreira, point after kick, and it is good. So with 4:24 left to go, it's 42-10. Lancers on top of the Saints. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT. It's been a great start of the season so far for the Lancers. They got 4:24 left to go in this game. They're up 42-10. Lancer football brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Pereira will kick it off for the Saints. Nishigaya and Hansen back deep for the Lancers, standing at their own 14-yard line. And it will go into the end zone for a touchback. Lancer football brought to you in part by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. What a great start for Mount Marty. They got 4:24 left to go, or they can claim their first victory in program history.
And to do it in a beginning of a yearly tradition, the Catholic Cup began tonight. The Chalice of the Dakotas is going to be claimed by the Mount Marty Lancers here in 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Very, very cool to start this season this way.
Manker at quarterback. Harach runs to his left into a crowd, and he'll get maybe a yard. You think about it, last year, college football returning to Yankton full-time for the first time since 1984 when Yankton College closed. There had been a couple of one-off games played in Yankton over the years, but the Lancers, the first regular scheduled college football team since the Reagan administration, struggled last year at 0-10, but off to a great start here on the road as college. Yankton's such a football intense town, and they didn't have a college team for decades, and now they've got college football to talk about. And no doubt they'll be talking about this all over town over the next couple of weeks. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff. No, it's going to be Manker on the keeper, and he will get to the 30-yard line, and he went down and then took a shot at the 34-yard line, and the player tried to avoid him, but he led with the head.
Yeah, shot to the head as he was going to the ground. Instant penalty going to be thrown by any official. He did bounce right back up. He's fine, but that's going to be a foul every day of the week.
Yep, 15-yard walk-off there as the clock stops with 3:27 left.
As you were saying, though, Steve, the excitement in Yankton really is real for this team. This is the stat I always go back from, the most important one to me from last season. Lancers 0-10 in the conference, number 1 in fan attendance, number 1 in attendance on an 0-10 team. That is something you don't see.
Yeah, that's and you think about, you had the national champions. They drew more fans per game than a team that won the national championship. That's unheard of.
Yankton loves football. They love the Mount Marty Lancers. And tonight they have a team that's going to return home hosting the Chalice of the Dakotas.
Yep, and they're just 3.5 minutes away from that.
3.5 minutes away from their first win.
And you think about GPAC schools draw pretty good. It's not like we show up at a GPAC game and there's nobody in the stands. The GPAC up and down the line draws fans.
Yes, it does. It really, really does. It's been impressive to see Yankton really welcome the Mount Marty Lancers football program. We've seen them welcome in basketball programs, volleyball. They show out to baseball games every year. Softball was amazing this last year, winning the GPAC playoffs there. And the fan support really has been something special to see.
And it's first down and 10 Lancers as the ball is advanced to the 48-yard line after the 15-yard walk-off. Handoff, Harach up the middle, and he'll get maybe 2 yards when all is said and done. And, you talk about the Great Plains Athletic Conference. I think it is the toughest conference in the country in just about every sports, top to bottom. Even if they don't have a team competing for the national championship, they've got teams that are nationally ranked, and the teams that aren't nationally ranked can beat any of those nationally ranked teams on any given night. I mean, the competition throughout that league every night of the week is so good. It's so much fun to get out and see the games. And if this Mount Marty team can start making some gains and start improving, a lot of other teams in the GPAC are going to be going, uh-oh. But this is just one game against a team that is struggling in presentation. We'll see, but it's a very, very good start. A lot of positives coming about that. We'll talk about that more with Coach Micheletti in our pregame show. That's coming up. But first, we've got another handoff. Harach up the middle. crosses midfield, gets to the 46-yard line.
One of the things that is special about a game like this, starting off the year for the Lancers, you start on an extreme high. You start with the confidence that, we are a good football team. We can go out and execute. We can go out and compete at a very high level. That's what they've done this evening. They've got to be proud of themselves for the performance they just put out on this football field.
We got to tell you that Mount Marty Athletics brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Aztec. Thank all of our sponsors as we are just in game number 1 of an 11-game campaign. 10 conference games coming up. We'll tell you more about the schedule in the post-game show. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff. Harach up the middle, gets no gain on that 3rd down. 4th down coming up with 1:14 left. You got to figure, well, they may go for it here and just try to run out the clock as much as they can. We'll also get you some of those updates on those other GPAC versus North Star matchups. That's coming up in the post-game show. We want you to stick around till then.
Also, we will be talking with Coach Micheletti, the head coach of the Lancers, in the post-game show.
Punting unit coming out here for the Lancers as they'll get a chance to practice with the punting unit, and Trevor Fitzgerald doing the honors for the Lancers, standing at his own 40-yard line. We're under a minute to go. Severe back deep at his own 7-yard line. Taking his time, 5 seconds left. They may take a delay of game here. Try to draw him off sides. Nope, they're going to call timeout with 1 second left. So they will get the timeout called. I'll tell you what, we're going to step away for 30 seconds and come back with more of this timeout. Brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway, or you can call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT. Back for the final 36 seconds of this opening contest of the year, the first ever non-conference game for the Lancers. They're ahead of the Saints of presentation 42-10. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We got a 4th down situation coming up, and it will be Fitzgerald to punt it away from his own 40-yard line. Again, no wind here tonight at Swisher. On target. Here comes the kick. High punt. Nice one. It'll bounce near the 10-yard line. I think somebody from the Saints touched it. There's a scramble for it. Who's got it? I think the Saints have managed to recover it inside the 5-yard line, but that was a dangerous situation there. And with 25 seconds left, the Saints offense coming out onto the field for what we expect to be the final time. It's Frazier at quarterback. He's gone the whole way. And he will line up in the shotgun set. First down and 10. And he'll hand off. That's Costin at running back to the 15, to the 20, down the sidelines, gets out of bounds near the 25-yard line.
Looks like they want to get a couple more plays in just to get a little bit more of their offense figured out in the last 20 seconds.
Yep, 19.6 seconds left. Costin ran out of bounds. 25-yard line. Good gain. First down. Does stop the clock. Pistol formation. One receiver either side, one wing back to the left. High snap. Oh, and now it's going to be Frazier. He's got to make something happen on his own, and he'll slide down at the 26-yard line. See if they'll call timeout on the broken play. Nope, they're not going to call timeout. They're going to try to get to the line as quickly as possible. And they are not going to get a play off. Mark this time. Mark this date. 8:45 p.m. on Thursday, August 25th. 2022. The Mount Marty Lancers win their first ever varsity football game here at Swisher Field in Aberdeen against the Presentation College Saints. Final score, Lancers 42, Saints 10. The Lancers are 1-0 on the year. The Saints fall to 0-1 on this historic win in Mount Marty Athletics history.
This has truly been something beautiful to watch. It's been a couple years in the making. Mount Marty has been trying to get their football program going for years and years. They had an entire season under Coach Woodley. A year before they actually began, Coach Woodley retires. Coach Micheletti takes over the summer before their first season. They go 0-10, searching for that first win, going an entire offseason, left hungry. They practice, they bring in transfers, they bring in freshmen. They do everything they need to do to get this result tonight, 42-10, the final result. Amazing job turning this program around over the offseason.
They were in control of this game from start to finish. We'll talk about this game, get a word with Coach Micheletti. It's all coming up in the Aztec postgame show. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road, Aztec. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. Come back with the postgame show along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT. And welcome back to Swisher Field here in Aberdeen. The Mount Marty Lancers have recorded their first ever program victory in football. 42-10 the final score as they defeat the homestanding Saints of Presentation College. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. And before we delve into this game, let's take a look at the other games happening around the GPAC. We'll go to the scoreboard brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you try, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. 2 other games featuring the GPAC against the North Star. Tehl, what do we have?
Well, let's take a look at the Ag Bowl first. Dakota Wesleyan at Dakota State, a very traditional game. One of those games that everybody loves to see in South Dakota. Hopefully this is the type of game that can turn into something like that, Steve. That one going on right now, 11 minutes left in the third quarter, 14-6, Dakota State up over Dakota Wesleyan at the moment. Go to the other game happening right now. It's third quarter, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Jamestown is up over Valley City State, 14-7 at home.
Yeah, those are the only games in the GPAC matching up against schools out of the North Star Athletic Conference. Here, the final score was 42-10, and this was a great start to this contest. First 2 drives 2 scores recorded by the Mount Marty Lancers. They missed an extra point, but this game was early. They were in charge 13-0.
13-0 is the start. Absolutely. 2 drives. The first 2 drives of the game, 2 touchdowns, did miss an extra point, which led to the 13 instead of 14, but very, very good drives. You ended up having a great running game. Your new and improved offensive line featuring 2 incredibly huge tackles. I just want to say that for the Lancers, you've got the
Well,
2
it's
tackles
Jonas
there
Kelp.
that are Jonas Kelp, 6'7", 349 out of Germany, and Patrick Perkins, 6'8", 395 out of Texas. Those 2 guys are just huge. They did a great job on the tackle positions in this game. You've got Kiko Nunez, who is actually an all-conference baseball player in the spring for the Lancers, under center, really being a stone wall for that Lancer front line, able to hold off the defense. Did a great job there.
And speaking of defense, the Lancer defense tonight bottled up that running game for presentation and put a ton of pressure on their quarterback, Caden Frazier. He was never comfortable throwing the football pretty much all night long. And the Lancers were able to force a lot of 3rd and long situations for the Saints. They weren't able to overcome. They had to punt the football away, and the Lancers took advantage. The Saints did get that field goal. They made it 13-3. That was closest as they got another touchdown in that second quarter, made it 21-3. And the Lancers almost got a touchdown late in that second quarter, but they were thwarted by the Saints, who defensively held in as well as you could have expected them, considering they had to, they had their back against the wall a good chunk of the night.
They had their back against the wall in goal line situations 3 separate times against the Lancers where they were able to come out on top. 2 of those were turnovers forced by presentation. Those 2 late in the game were able to force fumbles, able to get back into it. The one at the end of the second quarter, just able to force a 4th down. Not good on the conversion.
No. And you take a look at that first 5 minutes of the third quarter where the Lancers were able to score on their first offensive drive. They got a fumble recovery, and they turned that into a touchdown. And really, when it got to 35-3, you could feel the air come out of the stadium here from the Saints fans. They knew they were in trouble, and the Lancers tack on one more touchdown to make it 42-10. The final result is the Saints did get a touchdown late in that game against the second unit defensively for the Mount Marty Lancers, but the Lancers really controlled the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. They were able to hold that Saints running game in check. They shut down their big play receiver in Cameron Shepard. He never really got going in this particular contest, and it just seemed the Saints were just out of rhythm a good chunk of the night. And Mount Marty, they did have a few turnovers. There will be some things to work on, but boy, they played a very, very good game start to finish of both offense and defense tonight.
They really did. It was, as we said earlier, it was really nice to see after the struggles of last season, they were really able to clean up certain aspects. One of those in the first half being the turnover game. In the second half, they did have 1 interception, and then 3 fumbles came late in the game. Still 4 turnovers on the day, though, something to look at moving forward.
And I tell you what, Ken Gay II played outstanding at quarterback as he was able to really, really play well and just control the ball. He had 1 interception, but played really, really well on the night. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to hear from Coach Micheletti, but I tell you what, let's take a 1-minute timeout right now, and we'll come back with the coach as the Aztec postgame show continues here. Back in 1 minute on KYNT. All right, we're back here at Swisher Field in Aberdeen. Final score here, Lancers 42-10 over the Saints. Their first victory ever as a varsity football program. Coach McLetty joining us here in the broadcast booth. First of all, Coach, congratulations. How does it feel to get that W?
It feels great. And honestly, I'm just I'm thankful to the players. This is for them. They put in all the work, going through, especially the guys that were here last year. And then obviously the guys recruiting, believing in what we were talking. The upper administration, you see a lot of the guys here, Andy Bernardo, Bill Miller, Greg Franz, Mark Long, we're all here, make the trip up here on a weekday, and they got to get back to work tomorrow early. So it just shows you how much support we have. And, I'm just excited for the players.
Coach Ken Gay II, we talked to him yesterday, getting ready for the pregame show. He looked poised. He threw some great short passes, some great long passes. That first one to Miyazawa, he just dropped it into the bucket. I don't know if I've ever seen a college player at NAIA throw a ball that well to a man as fast as Miyazawa going down the field. That was special. Yeah,
they have a great connection, and that's just one thing that those guys worked on all spring and summer. There was times that I'd be, walking in the field house and those guys are playing catch, doing something, just trying to get on the same page. Obviously with, Rex and Trevor too, is a pleasure of those guys. And they're starting to see the everything paying off of their hard work putting in. So really excited about those guys. Still a few things to clean up. There's a lot of things to get better at, but very proud of these guys. And, the one thing we talked about in the pregame was starting fast, and that was one thing we did, and we started fast in the second half as well. So I was very proud of those guys.
Let's talk about your defense for a moment. Your front seven, consistent pressure all night. We were talking about it. One of the things last season wasn't able to be consistent. It was consistent tonight, Coach. What led to that?
It helps having depth, so we can keep those guys fresh coming in, and they believe in each other. So their guys aren't getting down, and whoever's out there, they're unselfish players, and really excited about that D-line group stepping up today. It was one of those spots that we felt with some twists and things like that we could take advantage of them, and those guys believed in it and did a great job of keeping their pass rush lanes on that too, because it's very easy to get selfish and get wide or something like that, but they kept their pass rush lanes, and it paid off.
With having the advantage late in the game, you were able to get some of your younger players some reps. Tell me what you saw from your reserves.
Yeah, there was a lot of guys got in the game today, and that was our plan. Once we started to get up, is I want to get some guys evaluated that maybe didn't get as many chances during the fall camp. So saw a lot of good things, and then obviously it's going to be good teach tape for those guys. This is why they are in a reserve role and how they can improve to become the guy when it is their time.
Coach, let's talk special teams. As you went for it several times. Of course, you had some question marks in the kicking game, but I think Trevor Fitzgerald did a good job in the punting. And then a couple of guys came off the bench late and had some big special teams tackles. And I know you guys noticed that.
Oh, yeah. That was one thing that I want to keep being special. Like those guys that are special teams players, you got the specialists that are the kickers, holders, snappers. But the guys that do special teams, you got to have a different mindset about that, because it's, in high school, it might be the second thought, but when you get to college, it's very, very important. And we stress that we want to have our best guys out there on those guys that are, motivated, that are devoted to that exact thing. So you see a lot of those guys when, hey, this is my opportunity to shine. This is my opportunity to show that I belong. And they took advantage of that. I was very proud of those guys.
Coach,
go ahead. Tell.
Absolutely. Coach, as you go into now what'll end up being your bye week over the next week, you have Hastings on September 10th on the road in 2 weeks' time. What are some things you're going to be working on next week of practice?
We're going to be focusing on ourselves a lot next week. There's going to be, just like we talked again yesterday about the biggest improvements from week 1 to week 2. We just got a little longer break from week 1 to week 2. So we're going to spend this first week on ourselves and fixing a lot of stuff that we saw that could have gone better today. So, and then be able to evaluate Hastings after their game and go on from there.
Coach, talk about your running back situation. You had 3 guys really contribute tonight, and I think every guy showed you something special tonight.
Yeah, that was one thing that we felt good about, and it's just one of those things when you're going into a game, you're like, man, hopefully it just wasn't the fall camp thing. Those guys and it was able to roll over to the first game, and those guys just keep clicking, and the next guy up mentality, and you got to see those guys got to be fresh, and they have those big runs and those bursts to keep the momentum going. So very proud of the running back group. That's a deep room, and continues to use those guys throughout the year.
And Coach, we see that at the college level, even the pro level. You just can't have that one guy, the Emmitt Smith, the Walter Payton, the Earl Campbell type. In this game, even down at the NAI level, you see you've got to have 2-3 really good running backs just because of the way the defenses play.
100%. And with our offense being able to push the tempo and go fast, those guys are still going to get just as many carries as they were in a normal game of a normal tempo game. So they understand that. They bought into the system, and I'm very excited to watch those guys the rest of the year.
Coach, now you've won your first game in program history, hoisting up a trophy at the end of it. The Chalice of the Dakotas. Tell me about this yearly tradition that you're now has begun.
Yeah, it's a fun way to make a rivalry out of it. Obviously, having the two Catholic schools compete for the Chalice. So I'm all excited. The kids love it. It just gives a little extra incentive for the game. So I'm excited to continue this throughout eternity.
Coach, thanks for your time. We'll let you celebrate with the team, and then enjoy the week off, and then we'll talk to you getting ready for that big matchup on the road at Hastings.
And thank you, guys.
Oh, Tehl's got one more thing. No, we're done. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back, and we'll have more stuff here. We'll talk about the player of the game, the move of the game, and a whole lot more to talk about here. This is the Aztec post-game show. Continues right here after this 2-minute timeout right here on KYNT. We roll on with the Aztec post-game show, 42-10, Lancers with the victory. We'd like to thank the coach for coming up here and talking to us. And by the way, that post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing, Lancer Sports, courtesy of Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers and the perfect for whatever happens. Get some today, and thank you to Conklin Distributing. What a victory tonight. Coach was happy and deservedly so after the long year, the couple of close games, the heartbreaking losses to Briarcliff and Hastings. But tonight, a solid game start to finish for the Lancers. 42-10, Lancers victorious in our game here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was certainly special to watch the first win in Lancer history. Making their mark on history are these players on this field tonight. And we've got a couple awards to give out.
Yeah, let's first start with our player of the game. That's brought to you by Avera, moving health forward. Avera. We have a lot of guys to choose from. So some guys had some big games. Now, unfortunately, we don't have official stats. They haven't been provided to us yet. So we apologize for not getting the stats. But I think the man that controlled the offense and really demonstrated something special today, the sophomore quarterback, Ken Gay II.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Very, very accurate on the deep ball. Had 5 deep ball passes that were connected for either long passes. 3 of them were for touchdowns, 2 to Jonah Miyazawa, 1 to Rex Riken there on a 50-yarder to him. Jonah Miyazawa caught a 68-yard touchdown pass. Amazing accuracy on the deep ball.
And congratulations to Ken Gay II, the quarterback. He is our Lancer player of the game. Now, the move of the game. This one was kind of tough. because
so
we had
many.
some long runs from Nishigaya.
Yeah,
That was
had
probably,
a 52-yard touchdown run. That was considered heavily.
that was very, very heavily considered, but we're going to go with the touchdown pass from Kenge II to Jonah Miyazawa, 68 yards. That's what that play went for.
68-yard touchdown pass. It's hard to get better than that. That's absolutely incredible. Jonah Miyazawa just ran past everybody, and Ken hit him perfectly in stride on the way to the end zone.
The move of the game brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. So congratulations. Our move of the game was the big touchdown play, Kenge to Jonah Miyazawa. Congratulations. They made one heck of a play. Well, that's going to do it for our broadcast for tonight as the Lancers get their first W, 42-10. And due to the oddity in the schedule, they get their bye week for their quote-unquote first conference week.
Yeah, it is.
So they will open conference play on the road September the 10th, Saturday, 1 p.m. at Hastings. That will be our next broadcast. Of course, we'll hit the air shortly after noon on that day with the pregame show. We'll have a lot to talk about. Some other teams will have been in action at that time, but the Lancers get the few extra days off, get that bye week, and then jump into conference play. And again, for their first 5 games on the road, this one here tonight, a presentation that at Hastings on the 10th of September. The next week, they got their home opener. It won't be easy against a very good Midland squad. Then 2 games on the road at Briarcliff, at number 3 Northwestern. The good side of this is that they've got 3 of their last 4 games at home, but 5 of their 11 games will be at home. That means 6 road games, and they got 4 of them out of their first 5 to start. They're going to have to be the road warriors if they want to have any success at all to start off this season. Not easy starting off on the road, especially when you're a second-year program, but a good start today for Mount Marty.
Yeah, definitely a good start. It's something to build on, that is for sure. They've got a bye week, so it's going to be hard to keep that momentum going through a bye. But what it does is it gives you a chance to really sit back and focus on kind of nitpicking this night of everything that went right. You praise it, you look at it, you try and do it again. Everything that went wrong, you have 2 weeks to correct it before you go to Hastings, another game that the Lancers will have a shot to win.
Yeah, and don't think the guys on the team that were there last year have forgotten about last year's game that slipped away from them. I think that could be a big time, another revenge game, hopefully, for the Lancers, and we look forward to that game on September the 10th. We hope that you can join us. Like to thank Braden Butler, our engineer, for his fine work back in the studio tonight as he was running the control board for the first game of the year for Lancer football, and it went better than I could have possibly imagined. I was hoping for a W, but 42-10, I'm a very, very happy man, and I know you Lancer fans are out there are happy as well.
Execution on all 3 phases.
Yep.
Can't ask for more.
Can't ask for more. So we'll have you join us on September the 10th. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum signing off from Swisher Field in Aberdeen. Your final score, once again, Mount Marty over presentation 42-10. You've been listening to Mount Marty football right here tonight on KYNT. Good night, everybody.